Britain's natural beauty is often overlooked. So let's take a walk on the wild side, over our green and pleasant land. Along our rugged coastline. And around the 6,000 islands that make up the British Isles. Over one dramatic year, we'll follow the extraordinary wildlife on our doorstep. From the familiar to the surprising. We share this truly special part of the planet with millions of animals. This place we're lucky enough to call home is a natural wonder. Our mountains and rugged uplands form the most dramatic wilderness in Britain. Inaccessible, beautiful, and brutal. Only the hardiest animals are tough enough to call these high places home. They are players in an enduring drama that's been underway since the end of the Ice Age around 10,000 years ago, when our mountains were unveiled. It's November, and an early dusting of snow already decorates these mountains. The air temperature is barely above freezing. But that doesn't stop Britain's most iconic mountain predator. A majestic hunter that cruises at more than 30 miles an hour and accelerates to 180 in a dive. The golden eagle is one of the fastest animals on the planet. Its incredible eyesight, around 6 times more powerful than our own, enables it to spot prey in the most extensive range of high mountains in Britain. The Cairngorms in the Scottish Highlands. The terrain is perfect for the golden eagle, our most impressive bird of prey. Its powerful 7-centimeter talons and razor-sharp beak point to its hunting prowess. And this female is looking for a kill. She'll take rabbits, grouse, even young deer. But now she's targeting one of the few animals able to survive up here year-round. The mountain hare, an Ice Age survivor. In winter, temperatures here plummet below freezing. So short ears and a triple layer of fur keep this big male warm. Staying stock still, he manages to go unnoticed. But sensing he's spotted, this one bolts. Triggered by shortening days and falling temperatures, his brown summer coat is turning to white. It matches the patchy snow, but any camouflage is lost when he runs. Hares can hit 45 miles an hour. Their speed and agility makes them hard to catch. But the eagle is an expert assassin. Her ratchet-like grip crushes her prey. The hare is dead before she begins to feast. This meal will sustain her for several days. When more snow falls, the odds will turn in the hare's favor. But for now, the advantage is with their hunter. Britain has a number of stunning mountain ranges, where the land seems to meet the sky. Created by the collision of continental plates and huge volcanic activity, we now have 7 major mountain ranges in northern England, Wales, and, largest of all, in Scotland. The Scottish Highlands are home to around 400,000 red deer. And soon, there will be even more, if this stag gets his way. It's mating season, and the hinds are coming into heat. This old-timer is desperate to father their young. Tasting the air, he tests for signs that they're ready. But he can't spend his whole time chasing the girls. The monarch of this glen needs to keep an eye out for challengers to his throne. Bellowing warns off other males and reinforces his dominance. But when a rival refuses to run, that's when the impressive antlers come into play. Formed from the fastest growing tissue on Earth, they grow in a matter of weeks, gaining nearly 3 centimeters a day. Shed at the end of the breeding season, each new set comes back longer and wider, with more points than the last. Competition is so fierce that stags must do everything they can to enhance their appearance. They check each other out, marching side by side, showing off their assets, whilst gauging their opponent's size and strength. When two stags are evenly matched, things soon escalate. The older, darker stag faces a challenge from a paler, younger male. The fight is an intense and dangerous shoving match. Each stag determined to prove his strength. Sharp points come perilously close to eyes. One slip could be deadly. As the minutes tick by, it's the lighter, younger challenger that gains the advantage of the higher ground. The older stag is forced to scarper. But while the victor gets his breath back, others sneak in and try to mate. Only minutes after taking control, the newly dominant stag is forced to defend the top spot. And while he does, his defeated rival sneaks back in. Losing one battle doesn't mean losing the war. In Britain, a mountain is defined by having a summit more than 610 meters above sea level. There are 249 such peaks in the UK. As a rule of thumb, every 100 meters in altitude gained means a 1-degree drop in temperature. And come winter, it's been known to fall to -27. It takes serious adaptations to survive in these challenging conditions. One bird with the necessary skills is a member of the grouse family. Only found on Scotland's highest peaks, the ptarmigan is a relic of the last ice age. A true survivor, without doubt, Britain's toughest bird. It's superbly adapted to cope with the bitter cold. With a double layer of tightly packed feathers trapping air for warmth. More feathers lap over its beak and cover its legs and feet, giving it insulated snowshoes. Masters of camouflage, ptarmigan melt into the snowy landscape, their usually dark plumage turning almost totally white in winter. They manage to find food beneath the snow by excavating with their feathered feet. By living in these challenging conditions, the ptarmigan has found a niche. Toughing it out up here means they avoid competition with animals that can only survive lower down. And when even they've had enough of the elements, these hardy little birds simply hunker down in a snow hole. The ptarmigan shares one quiet corner of the Cairngorms with a contender for Britain's toughest animal. One with a more checkered past. These hardy mammals also survived Britain's last ice age. But our last native reindeer were hunted out around 800 years ago. This herd makes up the total population of free-roaming reindeer in Britain, reintroduced from Sweden back in the 1950s. Today, the animals number more than 150. Reindeer behavior is all about retaining warmth. So in winter, they're largely silent, as calling would mean losing heat out of their mouths. While their noses may not be red, they are special, heating up cold air before it enters their lungs. And their fur is more than 7 centimeters thick, with 800 strands per square centimeter, 6 times denser than on the average human head. Reindeer are highly sociable animals and have a very special way of staying in touch. They make a unique sound when they walk. A tendon in the hoof clicks each time they take a step, helping them to keep track of each other in bad weather. And they have another unique trait. Reindeer are the only deer in the world whose females grow antlers. Like red deer, the males shed theirs after the breeding season, but the females keep them, so they can defend feeding spots they create in the snow for their young. It's a quirk that turns the hierarchy of the herd on its head. Authority comes with antlers, so without them, the males drop to the bottom of the pecking order, until they regrow their headgear in spring.
Incredibly, one animal comes to these mountains in winter to have a break from far harsher conditions to the north. The snow bunting is a truly remarkable bird. It can tough it out in -40 degrees and is the only bird ever to have been found at the North Pole. During winter, large numbers arrive from Scandinavia. Sometimes called snowflakes, they travel in groups known as drifts. They spend much of their time shuffling along on tiny feathered legs that can barely be seen in the snow. By staying so close to the ground, they manage to reduce exposed areas and so minimize the loss of heat. Remarkably, they can live for up to 9 years. And although Arctic foxes, snowy owls and falcons will hunt them, predation is unusual, as the habitat they live in is so extreme. For now, they have their work cut out. Before travelling back to the Arctic, these buntings will need to gain 30% of their body weight, dining on high-fat, high-energy foods such as seeds and insects.
The cairngorms were formed from granite some 400 million years ago. But in parts of Scotland, the mountains are older still. The Isle of Mull is made up of a unique mix of rocks, some 2,000 million years old, that's found nowhere else in the world. The mountains here are home to a number of tribes of feral goats. With shaggy coats and striking horns, they look right at home in this rugged landscape. But in fact, they're relative newcomers. Rumours persist that they swam ashore from the wreckage of the Spanish Armada. But it's now thought they arrived from Europe with Stone Age farmers some 5,000 years ago. They're a belligerent bunch, mostly communicating with their heads. Especially during the breeding season in October, when males compete for dominance, and the no-nonsense females rebuff unwanted advances. Repeated head-banging, again and again, would cause brain damage in most animals. But these thick-skulled thugs have evolved to take the impact. And their brains even have shock absorbers. Like red deer, feral goats also keep close tabs on each other's status. The billy goats know just when the nannies are ready to mate by testing their wee. They check for telltale chemicals by taking a deep breath and curling their lips to draw the smell over a scent organ in the roof of their mouths. Once detected, these pheromones have a magnetic effect. And eager billies will follow the females around like a bad smell. But the nannies have their own ideas. They're no pushover. If they're not in the mood, they'll quickly tell unwanted stalkers to butt out. They'll only accept the best billy on the hill. When it comes to romance, not all upland animals are quite so direct. The Yorkshire Dales are home to some showboating dandies, whose flamboyant courtship gets them all of a flutter. Together with our mountains, Britain's uplands make up almost a third of our wilderness. These high open spaces, between 250 and 400 meters above sea level, are scattered across the country. They too have specialist wildlife of their own. They include the Yorkshire Dales. It's early spring, and dawn brings tranquility. A stillness that sees moorland creatures quietly going about their business. But the peace is disturbed by a series of bubbling calls. On a clear day, these magical sounds can be heard 2.5 miles away. It's the opening to a rarely seen, hugely flamboyant display. Meet the black grouse, a real dandy. Easily identified by the red wattle over the eye and its striking black and white plumage. The males, or cocks, assemble in the same place each morning for energetic bouts of posturing, flutter jumping, and feather fanning. It's part exhibition, part fight. The birds compete to hold the centre ground of their designated arena. This is the lek, an Old Norse word for play. But these bouts are a serious business. A bird's position on the field of battle shows its place in the hierarchy. Weaker adults and juveniles are further away from the action, while the strongest, burliest birds take centre stage. When the hens arrive in April and May, most will mate with the strongest male. The cock left standing at the heart of the arena. Black grouse have adapted to live in these largely treeless environments. And the open expanses of our uplands also allow some rather special plants to flourish. The foothills of Mount Snowdon in Wales are home to species like the bog asphodel or bonebreaker, and glorious expanses of flowering heathers. But their poor soils are also home to a plant that's the stuff of nightmares. The flesh-eating sundew. A living piece of flypaper. The upper surface of each leaf is covered in highly adhesive red hairs, each holding a blob of goo. If something lands, it sticks. This green fly has no hope of getting away. But for larger prey, the sundew has another trick in store. Sensing the fly's resistance, its hairs curl and trap their struggling victim. A process that can take up to 5 hours. Then acidic digestive juices slowly dissolve their prey. It's a drawn-out, hideous process, taking around 2 weeks to consume the fly. Of course, nature being what it is, this carnivorous plant is also at risk of being eaten. For centuries, Mount Snowdon has been home to Welsh mountain sheep. They're one of the oldest breeds in the world, with references to them going back to the Middle Ages. These are some of the 33 million sheep that inhabit our countryside. Allowed to roam free on Snowdon, these animals graze and trample on vegetation, putting the sundew and many other rare plants and wildlife at risk. So, to give the special species a fighting chance, these sheep are being moved to a new part of the mountain. A task that is rather more complicated than it might sound. It's a job that falls to Welsh Border Collies Jill and Bess, along with their master, Shepherd Heffin Hughes.
Right.
These three are engaged in a protracted battle of wills with a large flock of Snowdon's sheep.
Stand. Get up.
Each day, the plucky trio hike into the mountains to try to drive 1,600 animals away from sensitive habitats. But annoyingly for the dogs and Heffin, each night the sheep make their way right back to where they started. For although we often think that sheep roam at random, these are creatures of habit. Left to their own devices, they'd stay in the same territory all of their lives. Each lamb learns from its mother where to find the best grazing and shelter, giving it a home territory known as a heft. This knowledge connects it to the land in a way that's hard to shift. So, before their mum's heft is imprinted on their minds, Heffin will keep pushing the younger animals onto new pastures that are less environmentally precious. It will take months, if not years.
That'll do, Bess. Good girl.
But eventually, the dogs should gain the upper hand, and the next generation of Snowdon's sheep will come to see a different part of the mountain as home. And then, Jill, Bess and Heffin can take a well-earned rest. Although grazing animals like sheep can be destructive, others play an important part in managing our uplands. As these Dartmoor ponies munch their way across the moors, they help control aggressive plants that might otherwise take over.
The ponies are so integral to our perception of this landscape, they're now the symbol for Dartmoor National Park. In the Middle Ages, they were used as beasts of burden in Dartmoor's quarries and mines. but over the years they've been used for many purposes. And selective breeding has led to the different types of pony seen on the moor today.
Short and sturdy, with thick coats and strong legs, their forward-pointing teeth enable them to graze close to the ground. And their tough stomachs can digest woody plants, such as gorse. They may not look it, but ponies are selective, and the pockets of vegetation they leave untouched benefit many small mammals and insects, such as the busy caterpillars of the rare marsh fritillary butterfly, which spin striking tent-like webs. After 8 months in their juvenile form, the adults eventually emerge in May with distinctive orange and brown checked wings. 1,500 ponies roam Dartmoor today, and their small herds play a valuable role in the conservation of this special place. Grazing animals aren't the only agents of change in Britain's uplands. There's more than meets the eye. This heathery landscape in the Yorkshire Dales might appear natural, but in reality, it's largely man-made. For 100 years or more, the land has been carefully managed to ensure it remains the way it does today. Between October and April each year, around 10% of this upland estate goes up in flames. Gamekeepers torch small areas at a time to remove the vegetation. It might seem destructive, but the aim is to allow certain wildlife to flourish. These controlled fires create space for fresh shoots, while the keepers leave other areas for birds to nest and hide. This open country is engineered to cater for a uniquely British bird, one that's only found in this particular habitat. The red grouse, a game bird that lives in and eats heather. A native species, but raised for shooting, it roams the moors throughout the year. Thanks to numerous landowners, there are around 400,000 red grouse in Britain today. The females lay up to 12 eggs at a time. Once hatched, the chicks are fed by both mum and dad for 6 weeks. And incredibly, these little fluff balls will be able to fly within a fortnight. A positive side effect of creating habitat specifically for the red grouse is that it suits a wealth of rare and remarkable birds. Lapwings, curlews, redshank, and oystercatchers, all species more usually associated with our estuaries and coasts, but all species that need this open moorland to breed. human intervention has shaped our high places far more than we may realize. 4,000 years ago, our uplands would have been covered with trees. Over time, these have been felled for timber or to make space for farming. However, in Scotland, in certain valleys and glens, pockets of one such ancient woodland, known as the Caledonian Forest, survive. Just 1% of this once vast forest remains. But its hardy trees shelter a rich variety of plants and are home to rare animals, such as capercaillie, pine martens, and the red squirrel. The habitat is so precious that huge efforts are being made to revive it, including the Herculean task of replanting the forest by hand. For 30 years, Alan Watson Featherstone and his charity Trees for Life have been recreating the missing forest. They're well on their way to planting their 2 millionth tree. Humans are shaping the landscape once more. But this time, it's to return these hills to their natural state.
Currently, they use fences to protect saplings from deer. But Alan has a more ambitious, game-changing idea: to reintroduce the predators that once patrolled these lands. Not seen here for over 400 years, wolves once roamed our mountains. Few people think of brown bears as British natives, but 1,000 years ago, they too hunted here. Go back 1,300 years, and the lynx stalked our native forests. If any of these hunters were to roam our mountains once again, they would not only help to control the rampant deer, but would help bring these overgrazed uplands back to the wild places they once were.
Trees transform a landscape. First come the insects. Which in turn attract birds. Which then draw in predators. Such as the rare Scottish wildcat. A whole web of life is re-established, creating a dynamic and self-sustaining ecosystem that contributes to the well-being of the land and the planet. Our small island is lucky to have such a diversity of mountain and upland landscapes. The wild terrain is a tough turf on which to live. But despite this, our high places are still rich in wildlife. They're home to iconic predators and hardy survivors, some of which have been here since the Ice Age. These landscapes may appear as old as time and impervious to change, but they are still being shaped by humans and animals.
Take a walk in Britain's forests and you'll find yourself amongst majestic trees, some of them thousands of years old. But you rarely get to see the amazing animals hidden here. These wild, tangled places keep their secrets close. Peer behind the curtain of leaves, and a magical world is revealed. Home to a huge variety of elusive creatures. Be in the right place at the right time, and you never know what you might find. Wild boar. Hunted out of Britain 300 years ago, they're back, and they're kicking up a stink. They live on the border between England and Wales, in the Forest of Dean, one of Britain's oldest woodlands. They've made their new home in an ancient royal hunting ground. These native pigs are huge, the size of 2 men. 20 years ago, their ancestors escaped from local farms. They're breeding like rabbits. They have no natural predators, which may not be a great thing for one of our most iconic flowers. Nothing says British woodland quite like a carpet of bluebells. Astonishingly, half of all the bluebells in the world are found in the British Isles. In April and May, a wave of blue spreads from the tip of Cornwall to the far north of Scotland, transforming our ancient woodlands. Their delicate scent fills the air. This is the sight and smell of spring. But they're under attack. This stripy piglet, known as a humbug, is part of a wild boar baby boom. More than 1,000 boar now live in the Forest of Dean. They're the dustbins of the forest, with 400 species of animal and plant on their menu. But right now, bluebell bulbs are flavour of the month. The boar's bulldozing behaviour would seem to spell disaster. Fortunately, all this rooting actually increases the variety of species on the woodland floor by opening up opportunities for other plants to flourish. The boar may be big, but they're nervous of people, and only emerge as darkness falls.
An incredible new camera allows us to see what they're getting up to. Sensing body heat, it picks out the creatures of the night. The wild boar are out in force. While the males wander alone, the females move in herds known as sounders, led by a matriarch. She takes them to a midnight feast. Wild boar have terrible eyesight even in daylight, so they use smell to find their way and their food in the pitch black. Remarkably, the thermal imaging camera also reveals a previously unseen relationship between wild boar and the other creatures of the forest. Bats circle overhead, feasting on insects attracted to the boar or disturbed by their rooting around. And a tawny owl takes advantage of a wild boar wallow to have a bath. To hunt effectively, tawnies need their feathers in perfect condition. The Forest of Dean's boar are thriving, and it's quite possible that soon they'll be coming to a forest near you. 13% of Britain is cloaked in trees, and the good news is that our forests are slowly spreading. It's particularly welcome for our woodland's most stealthy assassin, but not if you're on its hit list. Hidden away in our forests is one of Britain's most impressive predators. The goshawk, a silent killer looking for its prey. Few people have ever laid eyes on one. Just as well, they've been known to attack humans encroaching on their turf. She's the largest bird of prey living in our woodlands, nearly a metre across. But her broad wings and rudder-like tail make her superbly agile. She can slip through the trees at nearly 40 miles per hour. This is what makes the goshawk the ultimate forest hunter. She'll catch anything that moves. Birds make up 3/4 of her diet, and those living just outside the trees are particularly at risk. With a nest of hungry chicks to feed, this mother needs to make a kill. Goshawks hide their families deep in the forest. A huge, typically untidy nest offers a rare peek into their private lives. These 3 chicks hatched 5 weeks ago. Now they're on the verge of leaving home. They're big enough to dismantle their meals on their own.
Or so they think. Within days, they'll have to catch their own food. Day by day, Mum is bringing back less for them. The two brothers are the first to spread their wings. They'll hang around for a week or so until they're strong enough to set out on their own. The younger sister is a bit behind. Eventually, she summons the courage to branch out. Soon, all three young goshawks will be terrorizing the creatures of the forest. Having lost weight looking after her brood, Mum could use a meal of her own. Using the trees for cover, she pinpoints her prey. A grey partridge on the forest edge. It's using long grass for cover, but that's no defense against an aerial attack. The partridge can hit 30 miles an hour, but the goshawk can do 40. There's no escape. In the 19th century, gamekeepers and egg collectors exterminated goshawks from across the country. But now, barely noticed, they're spreading through our forests. And around 1,000 adults now live deep amongst the trees. This goshawk is the queen of the canopy. But her success depends on an extraordinary annual event, one that brings plenty of food to Britain's forests. Every spring, our trees come alive with fresh new leaves. Within days, they'll produce toxic chemicals to protect themselves. But until then, they're vulnerable. Hungry caterpillars feast while they can. A single oak tree will be attacked by thousands of tiny mouths. Unchecked, they could strip our forests bare. Luckily for the trees in this Welsh woodland, a caterpillar removal service is at hand. Every year, hundreds of thousands of birds flock to our forests from Europe and Africa to gorge themselves on this all-you-can-eat buffet of bugs. Tough little travellers like warblers, redstarts, and flycatchers, all barely bigger than your hand, have journeyed over 3,000 miles from the West African rainforest. They must squeeze their entire family life into just a few weeks. Finding a mate, building a home, and bringing up their babies. This pair of pied flycatchers hides their nest in the hollow of an old tree. Both work together to bring up their chicks. In a frantic 2 weeks, they must gather over 40 insects every hour, more than 600 every day, to feed their young. It's a tall order, but our long days help. And for this brief period in Britain's woodlands, there are plenty of caterpillars to go around. Not all will make it. Many will fall prey to the goshawks. But within weeks, the hardy little survivors will head south on their epic migration, fueled by Britain's bugs. The caterpillars that make it soon transform into butterflies. Britain is home to 59 species. Living in our southern forests, rarely seen, are most exotic. The purple emperor. In the Knepp Castle estate in West Sussex, butterfly obsessives Matthew Oates and Neil Hume are trying to unravel its mysteries.
The old Victorian butterfly collectors had some wonderful terms, terrific epithets. They called him His Imperial Majesty, the monarch of all the butterflies, the Lord of the Forest, and they were absolutely spot on.
For me, it was always a quest to find this fantastic, iconic British animal.
But untangling this butterfly's private life is an almost impossible task.
The purple emperor is an enigma, and working out its ecology, i.e. what makes it tick, is the equivalent of trying to crack the enigma code.
The first problem is simply finding these elusive insects. Knepp has all the oaks and willow trees a purple emperor could need. But at first, the bat-sized butterflies are nowhere to be seen.
I think purple emperors are hard to find and see. They specialise in being aloof, and they wind you up, and they do it on purpose.
But the butterfly boys know they just have to wait. At last, a glimpse of the emperor's purple robes. A tantalizing moment in the treetops. And a perfect sighting when it touches down.
Such a thing of beauty. When you see a male purple emperor open its wings, the colour is fantastic. It's better than any jewel.
They may be beautiful, but they can be surprisingly aggressive.
The male purple emperors will be constantly niggling each other. One will take off, another will attack it, and they'll spiral upwards, sometimes 50, 100 feet into the air.
The emperors lord it over the canopy for just a few short weeks every summer.
This is party time. There are enough around for most people to be able to go out to a wood and find one, and I highly recommend that they do.
Every spring, in forests up and down the country, the evening chorus is joined by an unfamiliar sound, belonging to a very familiar animal. The badger. On a warm April evening, badger cubs peer out of their set for the very first time. They're normally afraid of the light, but after 8 weeks underground, they're itching to explore. No bigger than teddy bears, they won't venture far from the set. Badgers eat just about anything they can find, from fruit and flower bulbs to frogs and the earthworms that make up 80% of their diet. They fill up their little bellies quickly, leaving plenty of time for fun. Play prepares them for the rough and tumble of life. The skills and strength they develop now will help them secure their place in badger society. Thanks to our mild, damp climate and an extraordinary number of earthworms, Britain is the badger capital of the world. In just 7 months, they must be big enough to survive the winter. And only 1 in 3 cubs makes it through their first year. It may be feast now, but it could be famine before long. Midsummer in Britain, and the next generation of forest creatures is growing up fast. But food is in surprisingly short supply for our badger cubs. The cubs are now 6 months old and have recently weaned. And hot weather means the forest floor is rock hard. Their supply of earthworms is drying up. In some years, entire litters starve to death. The cubs spend much of their time removing irritating ticks and fleas from their siblings' fur. They're highly sociable creatures. Soon they have the confidence to leave the safety of the trees and head further afield to forage. To be ready for winter, they need several hundred worms a night. But with a large, close-knit clan, these fast-growing cubs have every chance. Badgers have been in Britain as long as we've had trees, since the end of the last ice age, around 10,000 years ago. But in the last 140 years, a newcomer has invaded their forest realm. Grey squirrels were imported from America to prettify gardens and estates, but have rapidly conquered our countryside. Over 2 million live here today. And they've driven our native red squirrels out of most of Britain's forests. But some hang on in Scotland. In an ancient, fragmented woodland known as the Caledonian Forest. It was once a vast wilderness that covered most of Britain, but now, in these cold, wet mountains, only the toughest survive. Scots pines dominate. Soaring over 20 meters tall, they grow slowly, eking out what they can from the poor soil. They're well defended by thick bark, and their waxy needles are hard to digest, meaning there's little for animals to eat around here. But the red squirrels have found a clever way of holding on in this unforgiving land. They're the free runners of the forest canopy. This hyperactive young male, known as a buck, spends 2/3 of his time looking for food. In late summer, when there are limited supplies, he's in a race against his rivals. His bushy tail gives him balance, while his flexible ankles and needle-like claws mean he's perfectly at home in the treetops. His favourite food, the cones of the Scots pine, are yet to ripen. Fortunately, this clever little rodent has a backup plan. A crevice in this pine's thick bark still contains a few nuts hidden last autumn. The buck has several larders dotted around the forest. The trick is remembering where they all are. He uses landmarks to find the rough location of his stash. Then sniffs it out. Tough enamel on his chisel-like teeth makes short work of the hard nut. At this time of year, the squirrel must eat around 1/10 of his body weight every day. But a female, known as a doe, is watching. Red squirrels may share their home, but they don't like sharing their nuts. It's a face-off. They're the same size and evenly matched. But the doe is hungry. She needs to chase the buck away so she can steal his stash. Round 1 to the doe. In this cold, wet place, building a warm, dry home would seem impossible. You need to install central heating. And believe it or not, there's an animal that can do just that. The Scottish wood ant, the size of a grain of rice, one of the largest of the 60 or so ants found in Britain, and perhaps the most ingenious of the lot. To incubate its eggs, it must heat its nest to 30 degrees, a tricky task when the air outside rarely reaches 15. To do it, the ants work together in a construction team 100,000 strong. The builders need feeding, so head out for breakfast. Each one brings home 1.5 times its body weight every day. Together, they consume 10 million insects every year. Once fed, the all-female workforce sets about gathering building materials. A pine needle may be unwieldy, but its waxy, waterproof coat means it makes perfect roofing. After decades of construction, the nest is over 1 meter high, tall enough to catch the warming rays of the low northern sun. And the rotting vegetation inside acts as a boiler. If this central heating needs topping up, the workers sunbathe, then head inside to warm the nest chambers with their bodies. And if it gets too hot, they open up the vents. All in all, it's a fully waterproof, perfectly heated, high-rise home. As autumn sets in, seeds and nuts ripen and are now ready to eat. Falling acorns fuel a dramatic change in many animals' behavior. Back in the Forest of Dean, our young wild boar, the humbugs, are now fully grown. They're still hungry, and so, under cover of darkness, they're heading out in search of food and territory. Wild boar are spreading across the land. It's thought 4,000 now live in 30 woodlands across Britain. That number continues to grow, and at this time of year, they're active night and day. The boar's impact is more obvious than ever, meaning their spread is causing concern. Biologist Jim Swanson has been studying them for the last 9 years, investigating how these natural bulldozers affect our woodlands and their wildlife. He's found that autumn is a key period, when the boar bulk up for the breeding season. They're seeking out energy-rich seeds and fruit. They need to be in tip-top condition, not just to get a mate, but for the winter months ahead. Their health will influence the number of piglets they're likely to have the following spring. As they forage, the boar leave their telltale sign all over the forest, including distinctive footprints as they totter around on their front toes. And the boar aren't just looking for food. Jim's found that they work the ground like landscape engineers. This deeper rooting creates wallows. Wild boar don't sweat, so they use these shallow pools to cool off. Not surprisingly, all of this activity makes wild boar pretty unpopular with landowners and farmers. But Jim has found that in the forest itself, the boar are a force for good. By turning the soil and removing species such as bracken, they actually increase the diversity of plants and animals. And for many people, seeing the wild boar back in our forests makes them a more special place. Whether we like it or not, their nocturnal ramblings seem set to continue. These hungry hogs are here to stay. The boar share our forests with fallow deer, one of Britain's 6 species of deer. They have excellent night vision and are totally at ease in the nocturnal world. Like the boar, our deer have no natural predators, and their numbers are rising. There are now more deer in Britain than at any time in the last 1,000 years, with 1.5 million roaming our woodlands and countryside. Autumn is their most active time of year. Spreading across parts of Hampshire, Wiltshire and Dorset
is the New Forest, created 1,000 years ago as a hunting ground for William the Conqueror. Today, it's the site of a well-known but rarely witnessed event, the fallow deer mating season, known as the rut. Herds of deer are coming together for a secret ceremony hidden amongst the trees. This mature fallow buck has grown his headgear specially for the occasion. Magnificent weapons around 60 centimeters long. He's found his stage, but there's something missing. A pungent perfume to bring in the crowds. Now he's ready to put on his performance. To rut means to roar, and the deeper his roar, the more attractive he is. So at this time of year, his voice box drops. The audience isn't impressed, so the frustrated romantic changes tack. Fallow does are only in season for a few hours at a time, and they're not ready just yet. A younger, paler buck appears in the wings. But rather than fight, the rivals begin a ritualized march, sizing each other up. High on hormones, but scared to commit. To fight and lose would take them out of play. The old hand has enough to see off his understudy and keeps the stage to himself. Within days, the fallow females are finally ready. The old buck's kept their attention and reaps his reward. It's all over in a flash. But lucky for him, he's attracted plenty of does, and he'll mate many more times in the coming days. But you'd be very lucky to witness it. With a population of over 100,000, fallow deer are a familiar part of our woodland wildlife. But at the other end of the country lives one of Britain's rarest mammals. Britain's woodland wildlife does its best to remain out of sight. And this creature's so elusive, it's gained almost mythical status. But in a quiet corner of Scotland's Caledonian forest, there are rumours that these forest spirits can be lured out from the trees. When Angela and John Mercer came to buy an old hunting lodge near Fort William, they were in for a surprise.
First day when we came to look at the place, we saw pine marten, and it was like, what's that? We couldn't believe there was actually pine marten. We'd only ever had distant views of them.
It clinched the sale for Angela and John. 10 years on, they lay bait every day, which attracts all manner of animals. But it takes a special trick to magic a pine marten out of the forest. Peanut butter sandwiches.
It's a bit like feeding the birds. You're just giving them a little bit of a boost and helping them along, perhaps during the winter and perhaps when they're feeding kits.
Pine martens are normally nocturnal and are hugely wary of people after centuries of hunting. There's no guarantee one will appear today. Usually they hunt birds and rodents. But never underestimate the power of peanut butter.
Yeah, that's our back again. Definitely her. You can see her front very clearly.
Each is different, with a unique set of markings on its bib, making this female instantly recognizable.
We have known her since she was quite tiny. So it's actually nice to see, to actually see a pine marten for its entire life.
Few people are lucky enough to see a single pine marten, let alone get to know the entire family tree.
You see how close...
But years of close encounters have provided a unique perspective on pine marten society. These ones live in a matriarchal clan. The mother holds the territory and allows her mate and sons to share her picnic. But the girls are sent packing, even her daughters.
Certainly, if anything happens to our female, another female will very, very quickly move in and take her place.
At this B&B, breakfast isn't always enough. Naturally, visitors expect a bed as well.
We have had occasions where people have left a window open overnight and they've ended up with a little furry visitor at the end of their bed.
But the rewards make the occasional break-in worthwhile.
You never lose the thrill of seeing them. They're such entertaining animals, and it's hard to imagine the lodge without pine martens, and I don't think we'd want to.
It's easier to imagine it without people. I think if ever it was left empty, they'd move in.
Like many of our forest animals, pine marten numbers are increasing. There are now around 3,000 in Scotland, and they're slowly spreading through England and Wales. It won't be long before these cat-sized creatures turn up on a few more of our doorsteps. As winter arrives, life in our forests slows down. Seven months after they first emerged, the young badgers are now nearing adulthood. The entire litter has survived, and their bonds are stronger than ever. They've taken to smearing each other with a strong-smelling musk, which marks them out as family and helps them identify each other in the dark or during fights with neighboring clans. They're building up a layer of fat to keep them warm through winter. But a little extra insulation won't go amiss. The members of the set use their spade-like feet to drag cosy bedding into the sleeping chambers. Badgers have an extraordinary way of surviving winter. They don't enter full hibernation, but save energy by dropping their body temperature by 9 degrees and dozing off for days at a time. In the coming weeks, this close-knit family will spend more and more time huddled together underground, hidden away from the worst of the British winter. Britain's coasts, 11,000 miles of rugged wilderness, formed by battering seas and relentless winds. They are home to our hardiest wildlife, from close-knit families to ruthless predators. These creatures are all highly adapted to a world where land meets sea. Our coasts are wild, unforgiving places. The risks here are great, but the rewards can be worth it. We all live within 70 miles of the seaside. And in warm weather, we love a trip to the beach. But in winter, our coasts attract a beach lover of a different sort. Thousands of grey seals have arrived on the Norfolk coast to breed. Our shores are home to over a third of the world's population. This mottled male has been coming to this beach for over a decade. He's a dominant bull in prime condition. His roar is a warning to other males to stay away. If he can keep these females to himself, he will mate with them as soon as they come into season, which will be any day now. He needs to be here, ready and waiting. But scuffles are breaking out all around him. There are dozens of contenders vying to take his place. The mottled male must assert his authority. Belly slaps send shock waves through the sand, showing off his immense size. But not everyone backs down. It's time to show them who's boss. His large snout and massive neck are an indication of his strength. But the challengers keep on coming. And for some, belly slaps are not a deterrent. This one is ready to fight. And he goes straight for the jugular. The mottled male responds, with dagger-like teeth tearing through 7 centimeters of blubber. The challenger soon backs down. But others keep coming, and this one's even bigger. The mottled male has no time to recover. He uses his quarter-ton body to pin his opponent to the ground, mustering all of his strength. Another challenger admits defeat. Time for the victor to reap his rewards. This female gave birth 2 weeks ago and is now ready to mate. She offers some encouragement. Females only have 1 pup a year, so the bull takes his chance, despite the lack of privacy. He'll mate with her as many times as he can, maximizing his chances of fathering her pup. He may mate with several females in a single day, and should father a number of pups. But there's a price to pay. He doesn't eat for up to 7 weeks while he defends his stretch of beach, and could lose a quarter of his body weight. Few seals manage to stay at the top for more than a year. In the next few weeks, this beach will fill up with more and more pups, and more fights will break out. The breeding season is just getting started. Great Britain's coastline contains a series of unique habitats, from vast sandy beaches to towering cliffs. Home to some of the world's largest seabird colonies, and patrolled by one of our most fearsome coastal predators. Remarkably, well over a third of Britain's coasts are cliffs. These soaring rocks can be treacherous places. But for some seafarers, they offer sanctuary. They're home to some of the largest seabird colonies in the world. Every spring, the cliffs on Anglesey in northwest Wales attract 10,000 guillemots. They've come to raise a family, but there isn't much room. It may seem precarious, but nesting on these narrow ledges means they're totally safe from land predators. This pair has returned from 8 months out at sea. They mate for life and could be together for 30 years. Luckily, they've found a safe place to lay their single egg. Or so it seems. This wealth of life attracts one of our coast's top predators. The great black-backed gull. With wings over 1.5 meters wide, 3 times the size of a guillemot, these are formidable hunters. Largest of all the gulls, they rule the skies. And they've come to these cliffs to steal. With a family on the way, the guillemot pair need to be on their game. Whilst the female guards their valuable ledge, the male prepares to head out to sea. But pirates are circling, waiting for the opportunity to steal a catch. Guillemots are safe when they're on the water. It's getting there that's the problem. The gulls target birds returning with fish, forcing them to take evasive action. As a last resort, guillemots give up their precious food. The stakes are high for the gulls, too. They have their own families to feed. Despite the risks, the male guillemot heads out to sea. He makes it through, But the gulls will be waiting for him when he returns. For now, he can fish in peace. His short, powerful wings are perfect for swimming, and he can dive 150 meters beneath the surface. Fishing is the easy bit. Now he's got to get back to the cliff. He stays close to the water, but the marauding gull won't let him pass, pushing him to drop his catch. This gull gives up, but another gives chase. He's made it. And the female has laid her egg. Soon enough, there will be another mouth to feed, requiring even more fishing trips. The pair will work together to incubate their egg. They must remain vigilant. The gulls aren't going anywhere. In windy, low-lying parts of our coasts, cliffs are replaced by an otherworldly landscape. Sand blown in off broad beaches catches in coastal grasses, creating undulating peaks and troughs. Dry and seemingly barren places, sand dunes. But here on the Sefton coast, just north of Liverpool, the dunes are home to a little dinosaur. He's a male sand lizard. This vivid reptile may look like something found in the tropics, but he's very much at home in our British dunes. He's on the hunt for food. An unsuspecting bumblebee, a rare treat. He must approach with care. The bee is distracted. It's busy grooming. The lizard's crushing jaws immobilize his prey. By retracting his tongue, he avoids a sting. The risk is worth it for a good-sized meal. As a reptile, he's completely dependent on the temperature around him for warmth. He can't generate his own. Finding a hot spot amongst the dunes, he can bask to warm up and digest his meal. His bold markings have dual purpose. The camouflage pattern down his back helps him hide from aerial predators, whilst his dazzling green flanks show rival males that he's in great shape. And right now, it's the breeding season. He's going to have to brave the open sand if he wants to find a mate. He's slow and exposed, easy prey out on the sand. But catching a female's scent
he knows he's on the right track. Even for a sand lizard, climbing the dunes is hard. And with some dunes over 30 meters high, he's got his work cut out. He spotted something in the grass. A female basking in the sun. This could be his chance. But something wakes her. A kestrel, the ultimate lizard predator. Seeing it, the female beats a hasty retreat. The kestrel's getting closer, and the male's still out in the open. Even the fastest lizard in Britain would be no match for this aerial master. His only chance is to get back under cover. By hovering, the kestrel stabilizes its view as it tries to pinpoint its target. The lizard must stay completely still. It's worked. But our sand lizard's quest for a female will have to wait. Britain's dunes are home to extraordinary specialists that can only survive in these dry, sandy places. On the Dorset coast, a tiger beetle. A predator perfectly adapted to this sandy underworld. It has large eyes to spot its prey, powerful mandibles to catch and crush it, and long, speedy legs that make these the fastest running insects in the world. It's found the perfect nursery. Though its young has a face only a mother could love. It too is a voracious carnivore with jaws to match. But like most young insects, this larva is left alone to fend for itself. And unlike its mother, it can't go anywhere. It must remain in its burrow to protect its soft, maggot-like body. Its hard-plated head bungs the hole, and with super-sensitive trigger hairs, it lies in wait for prey to bumble past. This larva hasn't quite got the hang of it. Maybe not the formidable predator just yet. For a master of ambush, patience is a necessary virtue. The wait pays off. A welcome meal dragged below. Our dunes are full of deadly predators, adapted to a hot, harsh world. The tiger beetle, buried safe in the sand, sits in wait for its next victim. Another dune specialist, heading for the lethal jaws. This creature may look like an ant, but she's actually a wingless wasp known as Methocha. She's a mother looking for a safe spot to lay her egg. And it looks like she's found the perfect place. She's disguised as prey because she actually wants to be caught. Her hard-plated armor protects her as she turns the tables and stings the young tiger beetle. She doesn't kill it, but only paralyzes it. So this tiger beetle larva will be preserved as fresh meat for her own young that will soon hatch inside the tiger beetle's burrow. Remarkably, Methocha emerges unscathed. Our towering coastal cliffs can be hundreds of meters high. For mountaineer Jim Langley, clinging onto the rock face is time well spent. With his climbing partner Jamie, they ascend the world-renowned sea cliffs in Anglesey on the Welsh coast. Only his climbing gear prevents a 100-meter drop to the water below. But unlike Jim, the animals that call the cliffs home have nothing to stop them falling. They have to cling on to survive. But the protection provided by this extreme environment outweighs the danger. For thrill seekers, they offer a world of opportunity. But for our seabirds, it's the safest place to raise a family. It's now midsummer in Anglesey, and things are hotting up at the guillemot colony. The pair have been incubating their egg for over a month. And finally, their chick has hatched. For now, it's totally dependent on the protection offered by its parents. For the great black-backed gull, there's a new item at the top of the menu. In fact, there are now thousands of newly hatched chicks all over the colony, which should make easy prey. The gulls try to drive the parents away from their young. Packed tightly together, guillemot parents attempt to shield their precious chicks. But the gulls are determined. A chick tries to hide amongst the mass of adults. There's nothing the parents can do. A guillemot family's loss is a gull family's gain. But it's not over for our pair. Now their chick has been singled out. The female desperately tries to shield it from the gull. Now the male must protect his family. He's dwarfed by the hungry gull. But he stands his ground. The gull backs down. The chick lives to see another day. During the next few weeks, the guillemots fatten up their chick as quickly as they can. By the time it's 3 weeks old, the chick is 5 times its original size. Like the other chicks in the colony, it's now ready to leave home. After 3 hard months on the cliff face, the family are about to head out to the open ocean. The male goes first, hoping to coax the chick away from the cliff. But the young guillemot's feathers aren't yet fully grown, so it can't fly after him. The only way down is to jump. Facing a 30-meter drop, the chick needs help. The male calls from the water as the chick stumbles to the edge of the cliff. While the female offers some gentle encouragement. It's made it. Though the chick looks vulnerable, the risk is worth it. The fledgling is safer out at sea, and it's already a surprisingly strong swimmer. Reunited, the family heads out for a life amongst the waves. Millions of seabirds breeding on our shores commute out into the North Atlantic to feed. These fishing grounds are fed by one of the world's strongest ocean currents, the Gulf Stream. As these warm, nutrient-rich waters flow up against our coastline, they create a thriving marine world. Beneath the waves, our coastal waters are bursting with life. Home to huge schools of fish and vibrant corals which adorn the seafloor. And every year, our warm coastal waters attract alien-like creatures arriving from the deep. A cuttlefish hiding amongst the kelp.
They're related to octopus and squid and are highly intelligent. This female is a brilliant mimic, able to change her colour in an instant to blend in with her surroundings. She has 8 specialised arms to complete her disguise. And 2 sticky tentacles to catch her prey. She's particularly partial to crab. Her disguise allows her to get within striking distance. Her strong beak, hidden beneath her arms, can easily crush the crab's shell. She's come to the coast for more than just food. She's here to find a mate. Hundreds of thousands of cuttlefish are here for the very same reason. And she quickly attracts a date. The larger male is extremely attentive. They enter a mating embrace, and he uses his tentacles to pass her a parcel of sperm. A few hours later, the female is ready to lay. She carefully coats her grape-like eggs in protective ink, helping to hide them away. She may lay up to 1,000. It's her final act. Once she's finished, exhausted, she will die. Our warm, shallow coastal waters act as nurseries for thousands of marine species. And these rich fisheries provide food for people, as well as the animals living close to our shores. Cornwall has the longest coastline of any county. Cadgwith is one of the few remaining fishing villages. And Nigel Legg has fished these waters for over 60 years. He knows them like the back of his hand. In summer, spider crabs come up to these shallow waters from the depths of the English Channel. Years out at sea have given Nigel a sixth sense for finding these cryptic crustaceans. But the excitement of a catch never goes away. As a small-scale fisherman, Nigel is careful what he takes. If the crabs are too small or are carrying eggs, then back they go. It will help to preserve the next generation and Nigel's way of life.
Nigel appreciates what he has and only takes what he needs. Little is known about spider crabs outside the fishing season, when they descend back down to the depths of the English Channel for another year. One of the most productive parts of our coastline is the in-between world created by our tides. Britain has some of the largest tides in the world, sometimes rising by as much as 15 meters. At low tide, expansive mudflats increase the area around our coasts by over 2,000 square miles. In the Wash, between Lincolnshire and Norfolk, this huge twice-daily change triggers a dramatic display. As winter approaches, wading birds arrive for a feast. At low tide, they gorge on creatures hidden in the mud. Over 350,000 birds have travelled from as far away as Greenland. Not are the most numerous. As the tide rushes in, they're pushed off their feeding grounds. The result? One of our coastline's most stunning spectacles. At the mercy of the tides, this is the largest congregation of wading birds in Britain. As our coastal birds fatten up for winter, Britain's grey seals are reaching the end of their breeding season. Fights are breaking out all over the beach. A newborn pup could easily get caught in the crossfire. In winter, Britain's beaches are home to tens of thousands of grey seals. On the East Anglian coast, the pupping season is nearly over. Over 1,600 pups have been born on this beach in the last month. And a young mother has just given birth to her first. In just 2 weeks, she'll leave it to fend for itself. So the newborn pup must fatten up fast. It needs to drink 3 litres of fat-rich milk every day. And the first feed is the most important. But the pup is weak and disorientated. The mother's inexperience is showing. She's not giving the pup the time it needs. They must learn each other's smell and form a bond. If they don't, the pup will soon starve. It
It couldn't be a worse time to be alone on the beach. Most of the females are now in season, which means the males are more competitive and violent than ever. Many newborns are crushed, caught in the crossfire. The young mother is the pup's only protection. But the dominant male here is challenged by a large bull. And he heads straight for his rival, oblivious of the fragile pup in his path. The female spots the danger and races to protect her newborn, getting in between the pup and the raging bull. The male is pumped full of testosterone. But a mother's maternal instinct is strong, and she stands her ground. Finally, the bull backs down. The female checks her pup is unharmed, and smelling it makes her bond. She tries again for the pup's all-important first feed. She repositions herself so the pup can find her milk. Success at last, and a promising start to a new life on our shores. Britain's coasts are places of extremes, where fierce competition forces animals to fight for their very survival, but where huge opportunities mean many can thrive. The result? Some of the greatest concentrations of animals in the country, and some of the most spectacular places to see wildlife in all of Britain. Rain. Britain has plenty of it. But as a result, it's blessed with rivers. Over 6,000 of them crisscross the land. A huge diversity of waterways flowing from our highest peaks down to the sea. The animals that live here often go unnoticed. But they're remarkable. Specialists that take on extraordinary challenges. Incredible journeys. And find opportunities in the most turbulent places in Britain. High in the Yorkshire Dales, a young river tumbles through a secluded glen. It may look magical, but few animals can make a living here. The weather can be harsh, and food hard to find. But for one creature, this is the perfect home. The dipper. The only aquatic songbird in the world. It's a clever predator that can unlock the hidden riches of these river rapids. The treasure is underwater. And this male knows just how to get it. He does something no other songbird can do. He dives. His bones are solid to reduce buoyancy. His short, strong wings are used like flippers. And high oxygen levels in his blood mean he can stay underwater for 30 seconds or more, finding fish and insects hidden under rocks. He's perfectly adapted to life in the rapids, mastering the challenges of the river. There's more to life than catching food. He's also got to impress a mate. A female has arrived on his stretch of the river. As she watches from above, he displays to her and shows off his swimming skills. It may take a while to woo her, but if all goes to plan, the pair will be feeding chicks in a few weeks' time. Few other animals venture into the dipper's upland realm. But every year, one makes a dramatic entrance. It's the final leg on one of the most extraordinary journeys in the world. Atlantic salmon. They've travelled thousands of miles from Greenland to get here, having survived fishing nets and predators along the way. An incredible journey, with one thing on their mind: to breed. After 3 years at sea, around 75,000 salmon return to British rivers each year, swimming back to the same stretch of river in which they were born, guided by its unique smell. But there's a problem. A series of powerful waterfalls lies between the salmon and their final destination. The salmon are already exhausted after their epic journey. Driven by their desire to breed, they attempt to leap the falls. For a metre-long fish, a 3-metre-high waterfall might be a challenge too far, and one that could have an unhappy outcome. A misjudged leap could end in a lethal landing on the rocks.
For those that make it, having already leapt several waterfalls, they're exhausted.
One final hurdle lies between them and their destination. Instinct drives them on. Only the fittest and strongest clear the falls. Finally reaching the breeding grounds. Clean, oxygen-filled water makes this part of the river the perfect place for this female to lay her eggs. And worth the epic effort to get here. She uses the last of her energy to dig a nest. A male moves in. Gentle stimulation encourages her to release her eggs, which he immediately fertilizes in a cloud of sperm. She covers the eggs to protect them from being washed away. After their incredible journey, it's no wonder salmon are fondly called King of the River. Our rivers slow as they meander through the lowlands, creating quiet pools. The ideal hunting ground for a tiny, jeweled bird. The kingfisher. This male is a master fisherman. He needs to be. He must catch and eat his body weight in fish every day. Roughly 40 grams. It might not sound much, but when your food is a 1-gram minnow, that's 40 fish a day. He's not only catching food to eat, he's courting a queen. He presents her with gifts. tokens of his affection. That win her heart. Now the hard work really begins. Kingfishers nest in riverbanks, digging a tunnel up to 1 metre long. The new couple shares the task, making a safe place to raise their young. The effort's worth it. A month after courtship, the pair are proud parents to very demanding chicks. And their fishing quota shoots up to 150 fish a day. It takes another month of frantic fishing before their babies leave the nest. They decorate our quiet river bends with a royal flash of brilliant blue, leaving Mum and Dad to take it easy again. Britain has cleaned up its waterways over the last 40 years. As a result, many of our rivers are healthier than they've been in centuries. Good news for our weirdest river residents. Insects. These alien-looking creatures are in fact young flies known as nymphs. They only live in clean water, so their presence is a welcome sight. They spend most of their lives on the riverbed, remaining in this juvenile form for months, sometimes years. Their feathery gills extract oxygen from the water, and they feed on microscopic food in the flow. They, in turn, are food for fish and birds, so are a vital part of any healthy river. When warm spring weather triggers them to transform into adults, it creates a magical natural event. One that makes this chalk river in southern England world famous. Born in an underground reservoir deep in the Hampshire Downs, its water is filtered and purified by permeable chalk rock. There are only 200 chalk rivers on Earth, and 85% of them are in England. The River Test tops the list for its beauty and abundant wildlife. The pristine water is full of life. Warm May weather signals the moment when mayflies start their journey from life underwater through a series of molts to a life above. The alien-like bug begins its transformation. Crawling out of its wingless form to become an adult. With delicate, lace-like wings, ready to take flight. The angelic adults live for only a few hours. In that time, they must find a mate and lay eggs. A brief, magical moment in the mayfly's life, but an event that makes this river forever special.
Its final task completed, the adult falls back into the river, joining millions of other dead and dying mayflies. A huge variety of river life depends on this moment. Fish and birds gorge on the flies. It provides an annual feast for a particularly important river dweller, the brown trout. And the event draws fishermen from around the world. Looking after these eager anglers is a job that falls to river keepers, like Nick Parker. Each morning he patrols the banks of his stretch, carefully monitoring the health of its plant and animal life. Nick's from a family of riverkeepers, born and raised just downstream, so he knows this river like the back of his hand. His knowledge and experience is especially important when the anglers arrive in May, a key month in every fly fisherman's calendar. Predicting the exact time of the mayfly hatch, and therefore the best fishing, is down to Nick. He's there, eyes on the water, shortcutting hours of waiting, and taking the anglers to where the fish will most likely be.
The River Test is considered to be the birthplace of modern-day fly fishing. If it wasn't for the pristine water, there'd be no mayflies, no trout, and no fly fishing. Back in Yorkshire, a month after their courtship, the dippers now have 3 hungry chicks and are busy feeding them insect nymphs plucked from the river. They've built their nest on a rock face right above the water. It's precarious, but it's there for a reason. To keep their young safe from predators, like the stoat that regularly patrols the bank. The family home is still at risk. A wet spring and a flash flood could easily wash it away.
Undeterred, these plucky parents work around the clock to feed their chicks. Spring storms can raise river levels very quickly.
But this pair know what they're doing. Their perfectly positioned nest has kept their family safe. Three weeks after they hatched, the baby dippers face their next challenge: to learn to dive for food, just like Mum and Dad. The riverbank is the ideal place to watch and learn. The parents have done a great job raising their chicks. And in just 2 weeks' time, the young dippers will move on to their own stretch of river. We have over 50 species of freshwater fish in our waterways, from tiny minnows to colossal carp. Each favours different conditions and a different way of life. One even seems to have a personality. The grayling. It's a smaller, more flamboyant relative of the salmon, and its elegant fins give it the nickname Lady of the Stream. Like their better-known cousins, grayling migrate to their breeding grounds every year. But their journey is rarely more than a mile. They save their energy for romance. The males are the first to arrive and start scouting for a love nest. One finds the ideal spot with a gentle current and a fine bed of gravel. How could a lady refuse? His only problem? Other males. The eager Romeos soon come to blows. He manages to hold his ground. Eventually, the females arrive. They like what they see. The champion grayling is quick to make his move. He caresses her side and lets passion take over. It's 50 shades of grayling on the riverbed. Healthy rivers mean plenty of fish, which is why one of our most lovable river residents is bouncing back from the brink of extinction. Lines of bubbles, a loud splash, and a furred tail disappearing under the surface. All signs of the elusive otter. Under the cover of darkness, a mother leads her 2 cubs along the river. They're only a few months old, and they still have important lessons to learn. It takes a year for an otter to master fishing, so the mother wastes no time teaching them. The loose rocks hide tiny nymphs. It takes a bit of searching and digging through the stones. A handy snack on the go. But it's fish she's really after. And she's perfectly built to catch them. Her sleek shape, broad tail and webbed feet power her through the water. But her hunt comes to nothing when the playful cubs ruin it for her. They still haven't grasped this important life lesson. But for now, they have time on their side. Families like this are an increasingly regular sight. After a long absence, otters can now be found in every county in Britain. While our otters have made a welcome return, another special river character needs a helping hand from a group of dedicated people. Hunted to extinction, beavers haven't been seen in Britain since the 16th century. Long enough to be mistaken for foreigners. But the fact is, beavers are true Brits. And they're on their way back. A key player in helping their return is ecologist Derek Gow. His barns no longer house sheep and cattle, but beavers. In 2006, Derek started a breeding program. He now has 20 of these giant rodents ready to be released into the wild. Beavers are nature's great engineers. They build dams to create pools around their twig-constructed home, known as a lodge.
This deep, slow water provides a sanctuary where the beavers can live safely. Unlike otters, beavers are vegetarian. And these pools give them easy access to the plants and trees that make up their diet. Beavers are well adapted for their aquatic lifestyle. With webbed hind feet, and a large flat tail that acts like a rudder in the water. A slap on the surface warns of any danger to other beavers. A thick, waterproof coat takes a lot of looking after. And hours can be spent keeping it in tip-top condition. Grooming together helps secure bonds amongst the extended beaver family, called a colony. The pools created by beavers not only give them a safe place to live, but transform small streams into wetlands, providing new homes for a huge variety of British plants and animals. Pools also help clean up our rivers. They act like natural sponges, capturing polluted water as it runs off farmland and purifying it before it heads downstream. All good reasons to release a pair of captive-bred beavers into the wild. The release site has been carefully selected. It has everything a beaver family could want. 5 acres of river, pools and plant life. This is an historic moment for British rivers, drawing crowds from across the country. The crates are in place, the cameras are ready. Bring out the beavers. It only takes a moment to realize that they're free, and they immediately start exploring their new home. It's the first time a beaver has swum in a Cornish river in over 4 centuries. The release is a great result for Derek and the team. The beaver's impact will be carefully monitored, but it looks like they're set to become permanent residents of Cornwall's rivers once again. As rivers continue their journey from source to sea, they provide challenges and opportunities along the way. Flowing through the Scottish border town of Dumfries, the River Nith is nearing the end of its journey. Migrating fish are moving upriver, but this weir is as far as many will get. Their arrival goes largely unnoticed by humans. But not by the local wildlife. A goosander, a saw-billed duck, named for the serrations on its beak that help it grip its prey. Green-headed males and russet-headed females gather together. There may be plenty of fish, but catching them is another matter.
If anything can succeed in these turbulent waters, it's these streamlined specialists. They can dive as deep as 4 meters and stay underwater for over a minute. So it's only a matter of time before one comes up trumps. The weir is a barrier to some, but a fantastic opportunity for others. As our rivers reach the coast, they enter the last stages of their life. But it's not the end of what they have to offer. On Scotland's east coast, where the Bewley and Ness rivers flow into the Moray Firth, rare and intelligent animals arrive at a certain time of year. Bottlenose dolphins. They're here to take advantage of an annual natural event. One that draws them close to land and within easy view. In June and July, thousands of migrating salmon arrive at our coast en route to their breeding grounds. A potential feast for the dolphins. But what brings the dolphins here, so close to shore? The answer lies in the unique geography of this location. 2 points of land that jut into the Moray Firth, squeezing the incoming tide into a narrow gap, and carrying the migrating salmon with it. The dolphins know that the tide flows faster as it races around the point. The perfect spot to sit and wait for salmon to be brought to them, as if on a conveyor belt. Why waste energy chasing after a meal when the meal can be brought to you? This group of dolphins is the only one known to hunt in this way. Their strategy has been passed down from generation to generation. Every now and then, the dolphins catch a huge salmon, up to 10 kilos in weight. Too big to swallow in one go. It can take 45 minutes to get the angle just right. But the effort is worth it. There's nowhere else on Earth where dolphins are guaranteed to come so close to land and so often. Which is what brings thousands of visitors from all over the world to Chanonry Point to enjoy this natural spectacle. Back on the west coast, just south of Dumfries, the River Nith finally reaches the sea. It slows and drops its load. Ton upon ton of nutrient-rich silt carried down from the hills, creating vast mudflats and fertile marshes. The estuary is a critical feeding ground for over 80,000 birds. Half of those are barnacle geese, escaping the Arctic winter. In the fading light of an October evening, the geese begin to arrive. They've flown 2,000 miles south, non-stop, for 3 days across the open ocean. This year's young are only 4 months old and stick close to their parents. It's their first migration and they're exhausted. They've travelled all this way for this. A perfect stretch of succulent grasses fertilised by rich river deposits. Within days, over 40,000 geese, the entire population from the Norwegian Arctic, will be feasting on these precious blades of grass. This gift from the river will see them through the winter and fuel them up for their return north in spring. Britain's rivers are some of the finest in the world. Numerous and varied. From bubbling mountain brooks to gin-clear chalk streams, to mature languid waterways and vast muddy estuaries. Some are the cleanest they've been in decades, allowing incredible diversity. And a welcome return by some of our favourite river characters. Britain's water worlds. From beautiful Scottish lochs and golden reed beds to southern swamps and the ponds in our back gardens. These wetlands are some of our richest places for wildlife. Home to our biggest birds, our cleverest spiders, our best swimmers, and our finest formation flyers. These are wild corners we rarely explore, out-of-reach places, hidden havens, where mysterious creatures lurk in the shadows. And if we delve a little deeper, they hold many secrets waiting to be discovered. In a quiet corner of Devon, a huge network of ponds. A wetland paradise brimming with wildlife. Just 4 years ago, these large pools didn't even exist. But this mysterious water world hasn't been created by man. It's been engineered by an animal absent from our waterways for centuries. The beaver. In fact, this is home to a family of 8 beavers, a colony made up of parents and their young, all less than 2 years old. These industrious creatures are the size of a large dog. They've blocked a small stream by building 6 dams, several meters long and up to 2 meters high. In the process, they've created a series of deep pools, a sanctuary where the beavers can live and feed in safety. This mum is well adapted for life in the water. Her webbed hind feet and paddle-like tail make her a powerful swimmer. It's a tail with many uses. A slap on the surface warns of danger to the rest of the colony. Normally associated with North America, these European cousins were hunted to extinction in Britain over 400 years ago for their meat and fur. But now, small, reintroduced populations are spreading through our waterways once again. They have a highly specialized double-layered coat, soft, short fur for warmth, and a longer, waterproof layer. Looking after it takes time and effort. They spend hours grooming. Glands at the base of the tail produce a water-repellent oil. Their hand-like front paws smother it over their body. A great excuse for a good old scratch. Beaver life might seem pretty relaxed, but they're far from lazy. They spend most of their time eating the plants and trees that make up their vegetarian diet, and collecting branches to maintain their watery home. As night approaches, these mainly nocturnal rodents really get to work. The sound of running water alerts this male to a leak. A large breach and the protective moat could disappear. So repair work starts immediately. First, he fills the gap with mud. Then he goes in search of something more substantial. Beavers are nature's lumberjacks, expert tree fellers. Their razor-sharp teeth mean they can fell a 2-meter tree in just 5 minutes. It doesn't take long to fix the leak and preserve the colony's safety. It's a huge effort to maintain this watery home. And every animal that lives here depends on the beaver's hard work. But life isn't always so harmonious in our wetlands.
Even in these seemingly safe havens, danger is never far away.
Our British wetlands are the realm of a cold-blooded killer. Rarely seen, a silent assassin patrols a lake in Kent, searching for her next meal. Up to 2 meters long, grass snakes are Britain's largest reptile. And despite their misleading name, their hunting ground is the water. Distinguished by an olive-green body and black bars along the flanks, this female grass snake glides effortlessly through the water. She's non-venomous, relying on strong jaws to grab and swallow her prey. Her forked tongue smells in stereo, helping her to pinpoint her food. Amphibians are top of her hit list, making up 80% of her diet. The tadpole of a great crested newt floats just below the surface. For the moment, it's safe, but to come up for air now could be fatal. Using her excellent eyesight, the grass snake locks onto her target. Luckily, the tadpole has no need to surface. Its headdress of feathery gills allows it to breathe underwater. It dives out of sight. Time to move on. The snake's sinuous contractions propel her through the water. Few creatures are safe from this swamp monster. She'll also eat fish, small mammals, and even birds. Which is why some go to extraordinary lengths to avoid her. Deep in our British reed beds, there's a secretive bird that's found the ultimate hiding place. The reed warbler. It seldom leaves this marshy jungle, so the only way to catch sight of one is to wade into their world. Britain's reed warblers have staged a remarkable revival. We now have 80% more birds than we did 50 years ago. Understanding their success could help other animals that aren't doing so well. It's a puzzle Dr. David Leach is trying to crack. By studying the reed warblers in these reed-fringed pools in Norfolk. The nest is among the most amazing constructions built by any bird. Suspended high above the water, it's a tightly woven cup of flower heads, tied to the reed's waving stems. Feather-lined, it's a cozy home for 4 hungry chicks. Their parents work in shifts to bring them insects every 5 minutes. The weight of a 2-pound coin, this tiny bird has travelled 3,000 miles from Africa to breed here. This is one of 70 nests that David knows on this site.
I'm just going to reach in and carefully take one of these chicks out of the nest.
David rings the chicks when they are around 5 days old. He gives them a unique code so he can track them throughout their life. Over the years, David's ringed an astonishing 2,500 chicks. With their eyes barely open and no feathers, it's hard to believe these tiny chicks will leave the nest in just a week. In another nest, these 8-day-old youngsters look on course to fledge soon. But there's a dark side to this reed warbler story. They share the reed beds with a bird we know well, thanks to its familiar call. The cuckoo, the villain of this story. An anonymous chick hatches in a reed warbler nest. It's an imposter, Masters of deception, cuckoos lay a single egg in the nests of other birds. And they love reed warbler nests. The cuckoo chick has hatched first, and within hours it gets to work. Still blind, driven only by a killer instinct, she ejects the reed warbler eggs from the nest, using special claws at the tips of her featherless wings. The unsuspecting parents continue to feed the cuckoo con artist. It grows and grows until it's 3 times the size of its adoptive mum. But there's another side to this tale. Cuckoos are struggling in Britain. We've lost 3/4 of the population in the last 50 years. So reed warblers offered them a lifeline. Their recent success could help cuckoos recover as well. These hidden worlds are full of secrets, known by only a few. And even our well-trodden paths have some watery surprises. Along the edges of our ponds, canals and lakes, places we often take a walk, there's a charming little creature you'll be lucky to spot. Immortalized as Ratty in The Wind and the Willows, he's actually a water vole. His fast-paced life needs a lot of fuel. Water voles eat 80% of their body weight a day. That's like you or me eating 50 cabbages. Their long front teeth are the perfect tool for chopping up the 227 different plants that make up their diet. But their greatest challenge is finding somewhere to live. Water voles need a secure waterside burrow in which to hide away. Come summer, youngsters venture out on their own. They're in a race to find the perfect home. And the property market is flooded with first-time buyers. This one has found a suitable spot and starts digging a secret underwater entrance. This is a prime location with a handy nearby restaurant. An island of tasty grass. Another vole has come to look around, but he's definitely not welcome. Water voles are fiercely territorial, prepared to fight to the death. A raised tail signals defeat, and the intruder beats a hasty retreat. The perfect home for a water vole is one with good access to food and an easy escape route. Because water voles make a tasty snack for so many predators. Most don't reach their second birthday. The warmer weather brings a busy time for another of our lovable wetland characters. For Mr. Toad, spring is all about finding a mate. Amorous amphibians gather at large ponds like this one in Somerset. Once they awake from hibernation, they return to their birthplace to breed, a journey of up to 2 miles. Males arrive first and eagerly await the larger females. When one finally appears, she quickly draws a crowd of suitors, all desperate to mate. With 5 males for every female, she soon disappears beneath a frenzy of thrashing bodies. More and more testosterone-fueled males join in. They create a toad ball, smothering the hapless female. Their enthusiasm can be deadly. Some females are crushed and drown in the chaos. For the males, it's a test of strength. Only one will get to mate. One by one, the weaker toads let go, leaving a single victor, the strongest toad around. The exhausted couple break away, searching for a quiet place to lay. In the next 24 hours, they weave a 7-meter chain of spawn among the plants. Within days, the pool is laced with thousands of eggs. The next generation has been secured.
To the east, on the Suffolk coast, romance is a little more refined. The avocet is a dapper chap, the elegant aristocrat of our wetlands. These wading birds were extinct in Britain 160 years ago, but now they're a regular sight up and down the country. During the Second World War, flooded military defences along our east coast inadvertently gave avocets a new home. Many of these man-made wetlands remained, and Britain is now home to 1,500 breeding pairs. Their diet of small insects and shrimps requires a special tool, unique amongst British birds. A long, upturned beak sweeps from side to side, searching for food. In spring, the avocets need plenty of energy. It's the breeding season, and males and females are gathering for a strange ritual in the shallows. A female strikes an elegant pose to show she's in the mood. The male mustn't be too keen. He preens himself while gently stepping around his paramour, doing his best to hold her attention. Eventually, he makes his move. It's all over in a flash. Crossed bills mark the end of this graceful courtship. The female lays up to 4 eggs in a shallow scrape on the ground. This exposed nest needs both parents to protect it. A tough job for these delicate-looking birds. But appearances can be deceptive. Once nesting begins, these graceful birds reveal a feisty side. The lagoon is a crowded space, but that's no excuse. Trespassers aren't tolerated, regardless of their size. Black-headed gulls are the avocet's greatest threat. An unattended egg would make an easy meal. After 3.5 weeks, the chicks finally arrive. They feed themselves almost straight away. But it's a few days before the beak gets its distinctively upturned shape. With predators all around, their life still hangs in the balance. Less than half of all chicks will make it. But each one that does is another victory for one of Britain's greatest conservation success stories.
Britain's most iconic wetlands are our reed beds. Reeds grow in many of our water worlds. Here in Suffolk, this single plant takes over the landscape. This golden carpet provides a safe haven for many creatures. Including the lord of the reeds, the marsh harrier. With their broad, metre-wide wings, they can float slowly over the reeds, a technique known as quartering. Methodically, they scan for small mammals, frogs or chicks. Every year, our resident marsh harriers are joined by migrants from Africa, ready to breed. They hide their nests deep within the reeds. But their young are exposed at ground level. Otters, stoats and gulls are all on the hunt for an easy meal. So the harriers do everything they can to keep the location a secret. Dad does most of the hunting. When he makes a catch, instead of flying to the nest, he calls to Mum. She flies out to meet him, and when she's underneath him, he releases his catch, and she expertly snatches the food in mid-air. This dramatic display is dual purpose. It secures the parents' bond and means that only the female need return to the nest, helping to keep the youngsters hidden. These majestic birds of prey are actually some of our most vulnerable creatures. 50 years ago, there was just one breeding pair in Britain, as many of the reed beds were drained. But thanks to a huge effort by conservationists, marsh harrier numbers are now at their highest in a century. Some of the most beautiful and majestic views in Britain are the deep water lakes and lochs of northern England and Scotland. Glaciers of the last ice age gouged deep valleys, and when the ice melted, these great hollows filled with water. Tucked away in Scotland's Cairngorms National Park is Loch Petulish, a place of apparent tranquility. But lurking beneath the surface is Britain's top freshwater predator. A creature with a formidable reputation. The pike, otherwise known as the water wolf. Its torpedo-like body can reach 1.5 meters long. Most of us have no idea that such an impressive beast lurks within many of Britain's waterways. Pike are ambush predators. With razor-sharp teeth, they grab anything from frogs and fish to ducklings and voles. They use their array of fins to make fine adjustments, allowing them to sit motionless and unnoticed. Their long, muscular bodies are perfectly built for quick bursts of speed. Once they've picked their target, they can propel themselves at speeds of 10 miles an hour. It's a dramatic world beneath the surface that only a few are lucky enough to glimpse. Summer brings a familiar sight to our wetlands. Dragonflies and dainty damselflies with their dazzling colours. These are some of the most successful animals on our planet. They've been here since before the dinosaurs. But few of us have seen the extraordinary emergence of these prehistoric dragons. This 5-centimetre alien is an immature dragonfly called a larva. She sheds her hard outer casing up to 15 times, allowing her to grow. After 2 years underwater, she's embarking on a remarkable journey as she finally leaves her watery nursery. Now the stage is set for one of nature's most incredible transformations. From a creature of science fiction nightmare into one of the jewels of the British summer. New life writhes within her weary body. Pressure builds, and her outer skin bursts open, giving the first tantalizing glimpse of a very different creature. This is the most dangerous moment in her life. She's an easy meal for any passing bird. She gulps a first breath of air, inflating her body. Blood-like fluid pumps into her wrinkled wings, which gradually unfurl. She's vulnerable. She can't fly until her body and wings have hardened. But with hundreds of millions of years of practice, she's timed this magical moment to perfection. She emerges in the early hours of the morning while most predators are still asleep. As her wings harden, they turn translucent. An hour later, they open. And a southern hawker dragonfly dazzles in the early morning light. The powerful muscles in her body start to warm up, preparing for her maiden flight. The wings charge up, and she's away. Most adult dragonflies live for only 2 weeks, a brief spell in which to find a mate. Some give rise to a spectacle, little understood and rarely ever seen. Dawn on the watery reed beds of the Somerset Levels. Dragonflies have been roosting overnight. Covered in dew, they're cold, wet and lethargic, waiting for the morning sun. These 4-spotted chasers have distinctively tapered bodies, unlike any other dragonfly. And unlike any other dragonfly, they've gathered en masse, perched quite still in their hundreds. This phenomenon has only been witnessed a handful of times. Perhaps they're seeking safety in numbers, but no one knows for sure. The rising sun charges them up. As soon as their wings are dry, they lift off, ending this magical show. Our wetlands' creepy crawlies are food for many birds. But one has an ingenious way of hiding. The water spider. One of around 650 species in Britain, is the only spider in the world to live almost entirely underwater. Although aquatic, this female still needs to breathe air. So, she takes it with her. She collects it from the surface. It clings to the hairs on her abdomen and legs. She can breathe through her tummy for short bursts of time, but she needs a more permanent supply. She starts by spinning an underwater web, using silk from her spinnerets. This web isn't to catch prey. She's building her own scuba tank. By collecting large bubbles, she gradually creates a reservoir of air. A subaquatic chamber encased in a waterproof silk layer. The casing requires careful reinforcing. She needs it to be as big as possible. It takes several trips to the surface before her bubble has enough air. A huge effort for a tiny spider. As well as an air supply, it's an underwater sanctuary for a much-needed rest. And a dry place where she can care for her all-important hairs. Now she only needs to go up to the surface once a day to top up her tank. It's an extraordinary way for a spider to conquer an alien world. In winter, these wetlands attract millions of birds from northern Europe, taking advantage of our milder weather. And one species we don't usually think of as a water bird finds food and sanctuary in some of the soggiest parts of the country. 8 million starlings arrive from the continent to join our resident flocks. During the day, they feed in small flocks across our countryside and in our back gardens. Black from a distance, but up close their plumage looks bright and iridescent. Starlings are intelligent birds, always scouting an opportunity. If one finds a new food source, it tells the rest of the flock. At a farm in Pembrokeshire in West Wales, they arrive like clockwork, checking in as the cattle are fed 3 times a day. Thousands of starlings wait in the wings for an easy meal. This time of year, they need to eat half of their body weight every day. Probing the silage with their beaks, they search for energy-rich maize seeds hidden inside. Then a quick drink to wash it all down. In the late afternoon, they head towards their roost site, joining with other flocks along the way. And it's the nearby reed beds that offer refuge for the night. These spectacular gatherings happen the length and breadth of Britain, from Aberdeenshire to Cornwall, Lancashire to Kent. And just before they stop for the night, they put on a breathtaking show. Tens of thousands of small bodies seemingly flying as one. But predators are gathering too. Hen harriers, marsh harriers, kestrels, and peregrine falcons, all eyeing up an opportunity for a feast over the reeds. They're up against the world's best formation flyers. Starlings can react 10 times faster than any human pilot. These swirling movements, called murmurations, make it hard for predators to target one bird in the middle of a hypnotizing flock. But the world's fastest bird takes them on. The peregrine. Seizing his moment, he accelerates into the flock to make a catch, punching a hole in the starling's tight cloud. But the vast majority make it, dropping down into the safety of the reeds, and the dance of the starlings is over. Millions of birds, along with many other creatures, seek shelter and protection in our water worlds. These are places with more diversity than anywhere else in Britain, providing refuge for an extraordinary array of animals. Water brings safety for many, but in these precious pools, competition is fierce. Survival means knowing if your neighbors are friend or foe. But the charm of our water worlds is in the secrets and mysteries that still lie within. Of all the islands that make up the British Isles, just over 100 are inhabited by people, leaving thousands of isolated, little visited, magical pockets of land. A pilgrimage to these island sanctuaries reveals they're alive with the most extraordinary wildlife. Iconic animals living secret lives, reaping the benefits of isolation, but also having to master the challenges brought by living on an island. North Ronaldsay, Scotland, the outermost of the Orkney Islands, home to 50 people. And a very special flock, 3,000 strong. Not of birds, but of extremely rare sheep. These short-tailed Orkneys show just what it takes to live on a remote island. For most of the year, they're forced to eke out an existence on the narrow North Ronaldsay shore. These semi-feral animals are kept on the beaches by a man-made border. A vast dry stone wall, running all the way round the island's 13-mile perimeter. It's the longest wall of its kind in the world. First constructed in the 1830s, it protects the island's crops. Which means the sheep have taken up a unique diet. They live almost entirely on seaweed. Over generations, their digestive systems have changed to such an extent that any other food would make them ill. Even though they're barely domesticated, these rare animals still need to be sheared, and their annual haircut is one of the only occasions that they come inside the island's wall. But used to hanging out on the beach, it's not something the sheep appear to fancy. Rounding up the runaways involves the whole of North Ronaldsay's human flock. The entire island turns out for what is the last example of community agriculture in Britain. Known as the Sheep Pund, this group effort has been going on for more than 150 years. Truly wild sheep don't need shearing, as they naturally shed their winter coat when the time's right. A few domesticated breeds also do this, but most need to be shorn. The Orkney sheep have a soft underlayer to keep them warm, and a longer, hairy outer coat to keep out the weather. This is a scene that's barely changed in 100 years, protected by the remoteness of North Ronaldsay. Island life isn't always idyllic. At times, it's brutal. Beaches become battlegrounds, the site of deadly conflict between our largest land mammals. On the Isle of Rum in the Scottish Hebrides, red deer stags are preparing for battle. In October, they fight for the right to breed. In an annual event known as the Rut. It begins with a shouting match. Enormous bellows to attract females and intimidate competition. Some rivals will run, but a serious contender just bellows right back. These stags' entire lives have built to this moment. For the fighters, it's a dangerous time. Driven by deep-rooted desire, they can battle to the point of exhaustion. And some die of heart failure or even stress. Should this happen, as sad as it is for one animal, for meat-eating islanders, it's a bonanza. Most islands are free of foxes and other scavenging mammals. So this carcass on the Isle of Mull is set to become sole property of a rabble of bickering birds. First on the scene are hooded crows. These highly sociable birds have over 20 different calls. They'll eat anything from berries to shellfish, and of course carrion like this. They have a complex hierarchy within the murder, as a group of crows is known. But that's not the only pecking order that must be respected. The feast has caught the attention of the crow's larger cousins, ravens. These are the biggest birds in the crow family. And they also know who's boss. Higher-ranked ravens get first dibs on food, until they too need to give way to a more aggressive species. The buzzard, the most widespread of Britain's birds of prey, with as many as 80,000 breeding pairs. As well as eating carrion, they hunt mammals and birds. The ravens are loath to give way. With so many animals in attendance, squabbling is inevitable. And the raucous dinner attracts the attention of an uninvited guest. Able to pinpoint a rabbit from 2 miles away, a golden eagle easily spots the feast. Mull has the ideal habitat for this king of birds. Its wide open landscape, reaching from the highest hilltop down to the sea, provides great hunting terrain. The eagle's colossal wingspan, more than 2 meters, carries it across a range of up to 90 square miles. An excellent hunter, the eagle is also an opportunist, and this meal is too good a chance to pass up. Golden eagles take several years to reach maturity, and the distinct white markings show that this male is only 6 months old. With no natural predators, they can live for more than 20 years. Their main threat comes from human activity. So it's little wonder that these rugged islands have one of the largest concentrations of eagles on Earth. Separated from mainland Britain, life on our islands is often unique. Far to the north is an isolated pocket of land where special animals prosper due to a rare set of circumstances. Otters. They live in all kinds of aquatic habitats, from freshwater rivers and lakes to these saltwater shores. Fully grown, they reach more than 1 meter long and weigh in at almost 14 kilos. Although dog otters are larger, it's the females that call the shots. They're fiercely territorial, especially when caring for cubs. At the sight of another otter, Mum reacts with aggression. Fighting is extremely dangerous. The otter's long, curved canine teeth make vicious weapons. This time, Mum wins out. To avoid constant conflict, the otters have a way of signposting their turf. They mark it with a cocktail of scent known as a sprint. The cub's fantastic mother will be with them every step of the way in their first year of life, teaching them all they need to know and providing every meal they eat. Their island contains one of the highest densities of otters in Europe, and there's a simple reason why. The Shetland Islands lie over 100 miles north of the mainland. Far out in the North Atlantic, they should be surrounded by freezing water. But due to a current funneling up from as far south as Spain, the animals frolic in surprisingly warm, nutrient-rich water. It's comfortable for swimming and supports a wealth of marine life. No wonder that the Shetland otters do so well. It just goes to show how each of our 6,000 islands can be different. Each is a very particular kind of oasis, providing just what certain animals need to flourish. Otters may be a rare sight on mainland Britain, but on Shetland, in places, there's an otter for every mile of coastline. "300 miles south, not far from Edinburgh, is another densely populated island. One that provides safe haven for hundreds of thousands of animals. A quarter of all of Europe's seabirds breed on our islands and coasts, often in enormous colonies. With its vast basalt cliffs, perfect for nesting, the Isle of May is a jewel in the crown of all our breeding hotspots. This female Arctic tern has just arrived. Now she's waiting for her partner to show up. Each tern has a unique call that it uses when returning to its colony to breed. But her partner is yet to complete a long and dangerous journey spanning 3 oceans. Arctic terns are long-distance travelers. In fact, these record-breaking wanderers make the greatest migration of any animal on Earth. Traveling an incredible 50,000 miles to Antarctica and back means that the birds see 2 summers each year, ours in the north and another on the other side of the world. As a result, Arctic terns see more daylight in a year than any other creature on the planet. What draws them back and forth across the world are fishing grounds. Each March they leave the rich pickings of the Antarctic's Weddell Sea to fly across the planet, arriving at the Isle of May 6 weeks later. These ocean wanderers mate for life, but don't travel together. So it takes a while for a couple to be reunited on this extremely busy island. Up to 285 different species visit the Isle of May, totaling more than 200,000 birds. Finally, the female's patient wait is over. Her mate may have spent 3 months winging his way around the globe, but this is the breeding season, and he's keen to get on with it. The female will start laying in just 10 days' time, so the pair had better find a home. Luckily, terns aren't picky. They make do with a scrape in the dirt. As is the case on many islands, there's no need for an actual nest, as there are no ground predators around to steal their eggs. It'll be a 3-week wait until the eggs hatch. Until then, Mum and Dad just have to sit tight. Of course, it's not just birds that visit our islands. There's a much-loved mammal that's also drawn to their shores. Over 80% of Europe's grey seals are found around our islands. They're the biggest animal breeding on Britain's shores, and may well be the most curious. One of the largest groups is around the Farne Islands off the coast of Northumberland. 6,000 live here year-round. Jane Hardy is a wild swimmer with an immense passion for these charismatic animals.
The waters here are fantastic for seals because they've got no predators. In other parts of the world, the sharks, killer whales. The temperature's perfect for them. They've got a nice layer of blubber. They don't mind the cold.
Feeding on a wide variety of fish, squid and octopus, grey seals spend 80% of their time below water, often staying down for 30 minutes at a time.
The seals on the Farne Islands are particularly unique because there's so many shipwrecks off the Farne Islands. Boats go out regularly with divers, so the seals are sort of used to humans being around them, watching them and appreciating them.
If this seal looks a little familiar, it could be because it's distantly related to your family pet. A few million years ago, seals shared a common ancestor with dogs.
It's absolutely wonderful to see the seals in the natural environment. There's a tiny, tiny amount of fear, but they're not threatening either because they're just going about their business.
With females up to 1.5 meters long and weighing 150 kilos, and males almost twice that, they inspire a healthy respect. Wild swimming gives Jane a privileged view of these curious creatures. And as a nation, we're equally lucky to have so many island habitats dotted around our coastline, providing homes for many inhabitants and visitors. Get a really big bunch of visitors together, and it can start to feel like they're taking over. Each year, around 600,000 puffins return to breeding sites in England, Scotland and Wales. From March, cliffs up and down our coastline are dotted with large colonies of these stocky, bright-beaked birds. They live in an almost military fashion, migrating to our islands in a highly synchronized formation. They even appear to fly in organized squadrons. They launch as one, into the wind. And all land with it when touching down. This results in vast numbers of birds on the move, with what appears to be matching flight plans. On Scotland's Isle of May, this 5-year-old male is one of nearly 100,000 puffins that will come here this year. This young chap is now of breeding age and is on the verge of making the biggest decision of his life. Puffins are immensely loyal birds, and once he selects a mate, he'll stick with her for life. He's found a female who's interested, and bill tapping is a sure sign that the couple are ready to take things to the next level. Having a long-term partner means parents mate earlier in the season, giving their offspring a head start in life. Having found each other, the pair need to start house hunting. Precisely where to nest brings another momentous decision. Puffins are not only loyal to each other, these first-time buyers will return to whatever burrow they choose, often for the rest of their lives. 3 weeks from now, all being well, this pair and their new burrow will have a new chick. At the other end of the country, a very different island off the coast of Dorset is refuge to a small colony of ancient Brits that may be the last of its kind. Brownsea Island, 500 acres of oak and pine forest, provides sanctuary for a very special colony of red squirrels. Once found all over Great Britain, these adorable animals are now very rare. It's due to the arrival of a powerful invasion force. Arriving on the British mainland around 150 years ago, American grey squirrels are larger, hardier animals. As a result, they've taken over from red squirrels in much of Britain. But isolated on Brownsea, this precious pocket of natives has been protected. There are currently thought to be around 200 red squirrels hiding out in this island retreat. Come autumn, they do what squirrels do best. They gather food. They eat all kinds of seeds, berries, fungi, and nuts. At this time of year, they come down to the ground to get as fat as they can. If this little guy really stuffs his face, he can increase his weight by 12% in just a few weeks, giving him an excellent chance of surviving the winter. Anything he can't squeeze in is buried for later. Each squirrel stashes thousands of nuts. Some are stolen by birds or other squirrels, but many are never unearthed. Meaning these little animals are inadvertently responsible for planting thousands of trees. The really remarkable thing about brown-sea squirrels is that they're unique. Although the reintroduction of red squirrels in parts of mainland Britain has bumped up the numbers, the animals used were from Scandinavia. Which means this little band of brothers may be the last truly native red squirrels we have. For our Arctic terns on the Isle of May, the challenge of raising their young is underway. After 3 weeks incubation, the next generation of this world record-holding migratory bird has emerged. Although it's not ready to travel just yet, the instinctive wanderer is already keen to explore its surroundings. The parent's main task now is to keep the chick fed at a phenomenal rate. To be ready to fly in just 3 weeks' time, this youngster needs to grow 6 times its size. It's the equivalent of a newborn human baby growing to the size of a 5-year-old in less than a month. It's a monumental challenge for the parents. In his hurry, Dad fails to see that some fish are just too big. Keeping up the frantic pace is tough enough in fair weather. But this is Britain, and nowhere basks in sunshine for long. Stuck out in the North Sea, the Isle of May is often battered by storms. With winds reaching 70 miles an hour. Chicks must be sheltered from the elements. Wind and rain can sweep young ones off the cliffs. And left unprotected, they die of exposure. Through it all, the food must keep on coming. By the time it's 3 weeks old, this youngster must be strong enough to set out on her first massive journey all the way to Antarctica. The Scottish Hebrides are a challenging place for anything to survive. But living here in small tribes are some of the hardiest animals in Britain. Feral goats. Legend has it that their forefathers swam ashore from the wreckage of the Spanish Armada 400 years ago. Now they're on the front line against the worst weather the Atlantic can throw at them. The goats just have to tough it out, and they can do it thanks to their coats. A cashmere undercoat keeps warm air next to their bodies, while their outer hairs protect them from the rain. When the weather gets really bad, the tribes come down from the hills to shelter from the wind. Living on an island means there are limits to what's available to eat. But that's not a problem for our feral goats. They'll wolf down anything, from gorse to seaweed. And they have 4 stomach compartments to break it all down. Like squirrels, they need to gain weight before winter when food is scarce. And they draw on their fat reserves to survive. These really are tough little beasts. They'll fight over everything, even a mouthful of dry seaweed. But sometimes, even goats realize it's just not worth the bother. It's now 6 weeks since 100,000 puffins made their way to the Isle of May to breed. In that time, our young bachelor has dated, wooed, and wed his bride. They've set up home and now have a puffling. That might sound like the birds are out of breath, but it's simply what puffin chicks are called. Like all puffins, our couple only have one puffling. It enables them to focus solely on his survival. Getting him fattened up and ready to fly with a steady supply of food. Dad's short, fast wings beat up to 400 times a minute and have evolved to help him swim underwater. He can fly down to 60 meters. And catch multiple fish in a single dive. His bill has a serrated edge and a special hinge, so it can hold dozens of fish at a time. But these fishing trips will soon come to an end. Across the island, after weeks underground, pufflings are beginning to emerge. Yet to develop their parents' splendid colour scheme, the youngsters need to exercise and build their flight muscles. Although being raised on an island means there are no foxes, rats, stoats or weasels, there are winged predators. Thieves you may recognize from the seaside. The ones that steal your chips or pinch your sandwich. Given half a chance, these gulls will graduate from thief to killer. They have their own chicks to feed. And would happily snatch a young puffin. For those that make it, the time is fast approaching when the highly synchronized puffin colony will leave the island. They'll head far out to sea and won't return until next year. Skomer Island, off the Pembrokeshire coast in Wales, is famed for its enormous number of birds. Professor Tim Guilford from the University of Oxford has spent his life exploring islands like this and observing the wildlife that lives in these special places. Tim has been visiting Skomer for decades, studying its many seabirds. But there's one seabird that, despite its vast numbers, remains more mysterious than any other: the Manx shearwater. Skomer, together with its sister island Skokkum, houses more than half the world's population of Manx shearwaters, making this their most important breeding colony on Earth. The breeding season begins in March, when the birds arrive to nest in burrows, using the same one each year, and for the most part, staying with the same partner. Wary of predatory gulls that patrol by day, they wait until nightfall to return to their nests. This, and the fact that they spend most of their time far out to sea, makes it extremely tricky to study them. But Tim has found a way, using miniature tracking technology to spy on their daily routines. Putting trackers on the birds and plotting the data they gather has allowed Tim to gain huge insight into the birds' mysterious lives. Each coloured track shows a different shearwater's journey as it heads out to sea. Strangely, some of them appear to be away for a week or even 2 weeks at a time. At first, Tim thought these might be parents giving up on their chicks. But far from abandoning their young, it turns out that the shearwaters are employing a clever parenting technique. While one parent makes short trips to collect fish for the chicks, the other is travelling further afield to find larger meals for itself. It's a unique strategy, and it's clearly successful. Not only do 90% of Manx shearwater chicks fledge and leave the island each season, but the adult birds are very long-lived, known to survive for 50 years or more. Their life away from Skomer remains largely unknown. But at least one mystery has been solved by the man who spent his life studying islands and their animals. As summer comes to an end, a more streamlined plumage adorns our young, long-distance traveller. After just 3 weeks on its rich fish diet, the young Arctic tern now weighs more than its parents. It's finally ready to undertake its massive migration to the far side of the world. The first leg of the 1,000,000 miles this tiny bird will cover in its lifetime. The islands it leaves behind are wild and challenging places. Their isolation provides sanctuary to thousands of rare and very special species. Some that live here permanently, others that are drawn back each year. But all have proved that they can adapt to the struggles of island life. Famed throughout the world, our countryside is a national glory, and it's right on our doorstep. It looks like a timeless, peaceful place, but it's actually one of our fastest changing landscapes and home to some of our best loved wildlife. Barn owls are silent assassins. They normally hunt at night, but this owl is up late, hoping for one last kill. She has to eat at least 4 times before she turns in. She's looking for voles, shrews, and mice. They hide in long, rough grass, and there's a lot less of it than there used to be. She hunts around the edges of the fields, where the farmer has left the grass a bit longer. She's listening for any sound of movement. Barn owls have the best hearing of any known animal, even able to detect a mouse's heartbeat. Her flight is completely silent. Her meter-wide wings have very soft, light feathers that absorb any noise. The odds seem stacked in this assassin's favor, but most hunts fail. As few as 1 in 10 succeed. Time is running out this morning, and she's not the only one looking for food. A potential thief is watching her every move. And when our owl finally strikes, the kestrel seizes the moment. In a rarely seen encounter, 2 iconic birds of prey battle it out for food. Only one of these hunters will eat this morning. The kestrel is fast and agile, less than half the weight of the barn owl. She's intent on stealing the vole with her 2-inch claws. A fight on the ground is too dangerous for the owl. Most barn owls give up their meal rather than risk injury. The thief wins. With less and less long grass to hunt in, and more competition, life's tough for a barn owl. But there are some animals that positively thrive in our rapidly changing countryside. Foxes are brilliantly adaptable. They can live almost anywhere. These 5-week-old cubs are growing up in a secluded corner of Dorset. They weigh less than a kilogram and are still dependent on Mum's milk. She's never far away. In just 3 weeks, they'll have to hunt for themselves. Their playful curiosity builds vital skills. The odd tumble is all part of the process. Mum watches over them while Dad's out hunting. Anything from small mammals to worms, insects, and even berries. When it comes to food, foxes are just not fussy. That's why they're one of our most successful animals, living throughout Britain. But there's a twist to this tale. Because at night, our fluffy foxes have a dark side, which leaves everyone running scared. Britain's countryside is full of familiar creatures, though often we only get glimpses of their lives. Few of us have ever seen what they get up to after dark. Until now. Highly specialized heat-sensitive cameras give us a rare glimpse of this magical and sometimes sinister nighttime world. Fallow deer, one of Britain's 6 species of deer, are wary by nature. They stay alert throughout the night, only taking short naps. Something spooked them. A fox. But he's no threat to them. He's targeting a much smaller animal. Tiny wood mice come out to feed under cover of darkness. They have voracious appetites, eating almost constantly. This one's rooting around for seeds and berries. He's quick on his feet, and he needs to be. He's a favorite food of many predators. Very few wood mice live from one summer to the next. The fox can hear a mouse squeak from over 100 meters away. He's getting closer. The mouse freezes. To run now would be fatal. The fox digs for food just a short pounce away.
This time, the fox misses him. But the mouse will have to stay alert if he's to make it through the night. The countryside is alive day and night, as this unique view illustrates. And animals have found a way to live alongside us, despite all the changes we continue to make. Today, 3/4 of our countryside is farmland. From upland sheep farms in the north and west, to low-lying pastures in the south, hedges are an important part of this checkerboard landscape. They've marked boundaries since Roman times and are one of our most important wildlife havens. There are 280,000 miles of them across Britain, enough to stretch 11 times around the Earth. Spring brings a hedgerow spectacle. Flowering hawthorn decorates our field edges, attracting a wealth of insects. Bees rely on the flowers for their favourite nectar meal. We have more than 250 species, all vital pollinators for our crops and wildflowers. The nectar attracts all manner of insects, including hoverflies and butterflies, like the stunning green hairstreak, Britain's only green butterfly. Throughout the year, hawthorn flowers feed more than 150 different types of insect. All tasty food for our countryside birds. Our hedgerows are vital corridors between woodland and grassland. They're often the only refuge in the farmed landscape. A nesting site and a songpost. In summer, the British countryside, golden and glowing, bursts into life. Male fallow deer find food and shelter in the crops, but hiding's not their forte. Their distinctive broad antlers give them away. Tens of thousands of fallow deer have found a way to live alongside us, even during our busy harvesting season. They're one of the biggest species to have made their home on Britain's 200,000 or so farms. With no natural predators, little disturbs their peace, except for the odd combine harvester. Originally from the Mediterranean, fallow deer have been here for more than 1,000 years. One of Britain's 6 deer species. On the Welsh border in Herefordshire, Jack Pantle's family has been farming here for more than 100 years. Jack's from a long line of arable farmers and, like many of them, has a special connection with nature. He sees himself as a guardian of the countryside and the wildlife that lives here. And he considers his farm to be in the animals' territory, so does his best to look after it with wildlife in mind. Harvest time offers a chance to see which animals are doing well. While he's at work in the fields, one of Britain's most impressive predators arrives on the scene, eyeing up an opportunity. Buzzards have powerful eyesight, able to spot a rabbit from over a mile away. Hunting and pesticides once threatened their existence, but around 300,000 buzzards hunt over Britain today. Rabbits, mice and voles hide easily when the crops are high, but as soon as they're cut down, it leaves them exposed. It's a time of plenty for these highly adaptable birds of prey. But it won't last long. The buzzard's prey will soon head for cover. Jack leaves wild areas at the edges of the fields to create space for wildlife, including insects for these swallows to eat after their 6,000-mile migration from South Africa. Every April, they come back to the farm to set up home in the old outbuildings. These 3 hungry chicks need feeding up to 400 times a day. That's every 2 minutes. Their parents rely on the plentiful insects along Jack's field edges. Swallows aren't the only animals making use of roof spaces across our countryside. Our farms and homes make cosy refuges for the world's only flying mammals, bats. Many bats use tree cavities, roosting there by day and coming out at night to feast on our countryside insects. But as our trees have given way to farmland, they rely more and more on our buildings. This Hampshire farm has some extra lodgers in the attic, and bat enthusiasts Ian and Nick are setting up for a night of high-tech wildlife watching. Bats find their insect prey using sound waves and echoes at frequencies we can't hear. But Nick's bat detector picks up these high-pitched sounds and identifies exactly which species are here. The bats making their home in this roof are brown long-eared bats, one of the most endearing of our 18 species. Their large ears, almost as long as their body, enable them to hear a moth in flight. When resting, they curl them back like ram's horns. Most of us will only ever glimpse a bat as it flies past at dusk. But Ian's thermal imaging camera shows exactly what's going on. It reveals the bat's incredible agility. And the importance of roost sites like these in the heart of our farms. With the help of this technology, we now know that over half of our bat species use our buildings, showing how vital these man-made homes are in our changing landscape. For Britain's fastest land animal, the wide expanses of Norfolk are a perfect playground. Brown hares are well equipped for these open fields. They have excellent hearing a keen sense of smell, and all-round vision. On a hot spring day, the mad March hare could be vulnerable in this heat. They're normally nocturnal. But these fresh new shoots are too good to resist. Brown hares are found on almost all of our open farmland throughout Britain. They've made the most of this man-made landscape since arriving with the Romans nearly 2,000 years ago. Hares are bigger and nearly twice as heavy as their rabbit cousins, with longer ears. Powerful hind legs give them speeds of up to 45 miles an hour, quick enough to finish a 100-meter sprint in just 5 seconds. That's almost twice as fast as Usain Bolt. But there's a different kind of contest going on here. In spring, hares have only one thing on their mind. A young male catches the scent of a female who may be ready to mate. He makes a move and is quickly rejected. She's picky. Only the fittest males will do. So she makes him chase her. All this running around tests his strength and endurance. And it's a real test in this heat. Nevertheless, our young male is persistent. But his time is running out. With temperatures rising, soon they'll have to retreat to the shade to rest up. The young buck gives it one last go to win over his female. But she sends him a clear message. Males use a spray of scent to show off, but from a female, it's a firm rejection. Our male is defeated. It's been a long morning for everyone. Our British countryside has changed more in the last 100 years than in the previous 2,000. The sheer speed of change puts a lot of our wildlife to the test. Hares and their rabbit cousins have had 2 millennia to adapt to our farmland. But there's a more recent arrival who's quickly made himself at home in our man-made landscape. A predator which stalks the fields of the Yorkshire Dales, making our farmland its hunting home. The local rabbits don't need to worry, because this hunter is far smaller than they are. Little owls are the size of a starling and the weight of a cricket ball. Unlike other owls, they often hunt in daylight and eat insects and other creepy crawlies. They were brought to Britain from Italy 100 years ago by wealthy landowners to eat garden pests. They adapted well and quickly spread. Their compact size means they can use small tree hollows to raise a family. But life in a little owl nest is far from cute and cozy. It can be brutal, because little owl chicks have a dark side. Mum lays up to 4 eggs that hatch a month later. Both parents work in shifts to bring a constant supply of worms, insects, and small rodents. The chicks ruthlessly compete for every meal. Only the strongest survive. When one chick starts to fall behind, he quickly dies. Now the other 3 have a better chance. But the fight's not finished yet. Despite the parents' best efforts, often only 1 or 2 chicks make it through. Just 1 in 3 little owls sees its first birthday. In this nest, there's only 1 survivor. He takes his first tentative steps outside home. Head bobbing is a sign he's anxious. Mum keeps a watchful eye from nearby. His fluffy, downy feathers show he's not quite ready to fly. Just a week later, with fully developed plumage, his life has reached a critical point. He makes his first flight to take up position on Mum's favourite perch, while she watches from close by. The little owl has quickly made a home in our countryside without having to compete with our native owls. In the 100 years that they've been here, they've adapted to the farmland we see today. But if you want to see what Britain looked like when little owls arrived, then you have to come to a very special place in Yorkshire. Just 30 miles from York, there's a place where the farmers have gone back in time, where they've swapped riding their tractors for riding their cattle. Rosewood Farm in the lower Derwent Valley is a unique place for wildlife thanks to pioneering livestock farmer Natalie Rose. She's borrowed grazing methods from the past and works the land according to ancient traditions. Natalie's cows never stay in one field for very long. She keeps her herd of 140 cattle on the move. They never graze the same patch of grass for more than a day a year. This mimics grazing animals on the Serengeti or bison in America, where the herds are always moving. The result is longer grass, so flowers are able to thrive and wildlife moves in droves. Rosewood has huge numbers of endangered lapwing that were once numerous on British farms. And there are rare species of wildflower thriving here. These flower-rich meadows are mini jungles,
with up to 40 different animals in every square metre. And these rich grasslands are home to one of Rosewood's greatest successes. The farm's been called the barn owl capital of Europe. They have more than 60 nesting sites for barn owls. Elsewhere, barn owls struggle, but here, large areas of wild meadow mean plenty of mice and voles for these silent hunters to feast on. And raise a family. Farms like Rosewood are making a success of both farming and looking after wildlife. Wildlife protection can come from the most surprising sources. 250 miles south, Salisbury Plain in Wiltshire has been untouched by intensive farming for more than 100 years. Protected by the military as a training ground, the resulting grasslands are now home to an exotic, historic relic. Great bustards were once part of our landscape, but were hunted out of existence nearly 200 years ago. Today, a small population, reintroduced from Russia, is making Salisbury Plain their home again. Bigger than a turkey, standing a metre tall, they're the heaviest flying birds in Britain. They feed on the plentiful seeds and insects on these protected plains. In spring, males get ready to mate. They grow long white whiskers and their feathers become more vivid. They develop a chestnut-coloured band on their chest that gets wider and brighter with age. With all this finery, it's time to show off. But these gentlemen's clubs have a strict hierarchy. This mature male is Kingpin, but every morning he has to defend his title against all challengers with a flamboyant dance. Being in the top spot gives him the best chance of mating with the females. He cocks his tail, lowers his wings, and fans them out. Exposing a frill of white feathers. Then he puffs out his throat, revealing the plumes beneath his beak. A showy display of dominance. This morning, he has a challenger. A young male has his eye on the crown. They start by circling each other. It's the cue for a dance-off. The younger rival throws in some of his best moves. But it's not enough, and a firm peck puts him in his place. The dejected younger male tucks his show feathers away. For now, his older rival is still cock of the walk. With a growing number of breeding pairs, great bustards are flourishing on Salisbury Plain. It's protected spaces like this that allow us to enjoy some of Britain's more unusual wildlife. Across Britain, there are many unique habitats that would never have existed if we hadn't farmed them. One of the most precious of all is our lowland heaths, scattered across England's mild south.
They hardly look like they've been farmed, but they have, and quite aggressively. They're the result of ancient intensive farming. Early farmers worked this land until the soil was exhausted. Heather and gorse took over, creating a unique and special new habitat. Low shrubs give food and shelter, so these rare heathlands are teeming with life. They're home to an astonishing 5,000 species of invertebrates. Butterflies flourish, like this silver-studded blue. The males have distinctive metallic spots on the underside of their wings. More than half of British dragonfly species are found here. 30% of our spiders, too. It's also the realm of one of Britain's most creative insects. And an exotic-looking reptile staging an extraordinary comeback. The lowland heaths of southern Britain are a metropolis for wildlife. Full of spiky gorse, this may not seem a cosy place for a home, but it's the site of one of Britain's most remarkable building programmes. A female heath potter wasp. She's not the ordinary wasp who spoils your picnic. The clue's in her name. She's a potter, one of the rarest and most unusual of Britain's 9,000 species of wasp. She cleans a gorse stem, ready to start building. To capture the start of this process on camera is very rare indeed. Now, like every good potter, she needs good clay. She softens it with water, collected from local pools, and expertly rolls a tiny ball of mud. Back at her chosen site, she starts to sculpt. Working tirelessly through the heat of the day, she brings more and more clay to add to the structure. A skilled potter and a perfectionist, she carefully molds the clay using every part of her body, her mouthparts, her legs, and even her antennae. With the foundations laid, her structure can really take shape. She begins to fashion a bowl, which gradually becomes spherical. It takes several hours and more than 20 trips before her exquisite pot is complete. She leaves it to fire in the sun. Soon, her nest will be ready. She returns to lay a single egg in her pot, suspended on a strand of silk. But her hard work has only just begun. Her egg needs a larder of food ready for when it hatches, so she's on the hunt. She brings back caterpillars paralyzed by her sting. She starts with 7 small brown ones, but that's not enough. They get bigger and bigger. She wants to make sure her larva has plenty of food when it hatches. And up to 38 caterpillars can be stuffed into one tiny pot.
To squeeze them in takes every ounce of effort. Finally, she seals her pot, her parental duties over for this egg. Time for a well-earned rest? No chance. It's straight on to the next pot. She may build a staggering 25 more in her short 3-month life. It may seem a lot of effort, but the young wasp needs good protection. Because our heathlands are the realm of exotic predators. Reptiles. We have 3 snake species, including the rare smooth snake. And we have lizards too, like the beautiful, endangered sand lizard. They're incredibly hard to spot, unless you know the tricks of the trade.
I keep my hands behind my back in what I call my Prince Charles walk, because I actually hold one hand to stop myself from going, look at that. Because when you move your hand and point, you freak out the lizards and they're not there anymore, so.
Peter Hill's been dubbed the Lizard Wizard. His skills have been refined thanks to years of working to protect these rare reptiles. Sand lizards bask in the early morning sun to raise their body temperature. This undulating heathland produces lots of little south-facing sun traps for them. The females are brown, but in spring, during breeding season, the males sport a bright cloak of colour to attract a mate.
It's a pretty intense period of activity for wildlife. And to add to that, looking at a fantastic little dragon that most people don't even know exists, it's just a superb experience.
Numbers have dropped due to loss and breakup of our heaths. And Peter's part of a huge effort to return these exquisite lizards to sites across 4 southern counties. Sand lizards have a unique back pattern, which is like a fingerprint. Recording these means Peter can track individuals. If you're a sand lizard, pretty much everything wants to eat you. So camouflage is vital. The lizard's skin patterns are broken up, allowing them to blend in perfectly with their surroundings. But Peter has an uncanny knack for finding them.
Most people don't notice them because they tend to be looking up and around at birds, etc. But you need to look down on these edges, these little soft pillows of moss that are at the base of the heather clumps. You have to walk really slowly. Make sure you're not casting a shadow in front of you, which will spook them. Here's a male sand lizard, basking on the edge. A sand lizard is a beautiful, exotic little ancient Briton.
Wherever we go in our countryside, we're not far from a connection with Britain's epic past. A beautiful landscape with an incredible diversity of wildlife. Home to the familiar and the not so familiar. Teeming with activity, night and day. Surprisingly dynamic, always changing, and most of all, a beautiful world on our doorstep, accessible to every one of us. That's the real glory of Britain's countryside. Britain's towns and cities are our fastest growing landscape. Wildlife might seem unwelcome, but take another look at our concrete jungles, and there's a land of opportunity for those who dare to explore. In fact, 47% of London is classified as green space. Parks, riverbanks and private gardens are wildlife refuges coursing through our built-up land. There are plenty of chances for animals to succeed in this man-made world. As a result, our urban areas host a surprising number of wild pioneers. Over 13,000 species, and counting. But surviving in Britain's most modern landscape is no walk in the park. Just as we settle down for the night, a familiar neighbour begins to stir. Hedgehogs have lived amongst us for thousands of years, as roads and buildings have grown up around them. Untidy corners give them places to sleep. But in autumn, there's no time to lie around. In Basildon, Essex, this male is getting ready to hibernate. He needs to fatten up to more than half a kilo if he's to survive the winter. That means catching 100 slugs, snails and worms every night. But finding them in a single garden is a tall order. He must search the entire neighbourhood, travelling up to 2 miles a night to satisfy his appetite. It's no easy feat when your legs are just 4 centimetres long. And there are plenty of obstacles in his way. Surprisingly, hedgehogs are accomplished swimmers. A garden pond is merely a minor inconvenience. So long as it has an easy way out. Time to head next door. The grass may be greener. But a manicured lawn is not the promised land. Chemicals have rid it of pests. In other words, everything on a hedgehog's menu. Time for the hungry hog to move on. A wilder garden is what he needs. And its kindly owner has left a midnight feast. A welcome boost at this time of year. Truth is, hedgehogs are struggling in our modern world. 60 years ago, 30 million lived in Britain. Today, fewer than 1 million survive. Out in the countryside, intensive farming is destroying their food and shelter. And in our cities, more and more man-made barriers are getting in their way. Hedges with plenty of holes have been replaced with fences and walls, cutting off food supplies and even the chance to meet a mate. And as cities expand, so do our roads. Up to 100,000 hedgehogs, 10% of the population, are run over every year. So when you're out in the garden, spare a thought for our hedgehogs. They could do with a helping hand and a holy hedge. Britain's towns and cities now cover 6,500 square miles, around 7% of the country. While urban life isn't for everyone, one of our most adaptable animals has found a land of opportunity. Our urban fox population is soaring. Around 150,000 have set up home in England's towns and cities alone. One for every 300 human residents. But how can a hungry fox make a living in a man-made world? They first moved in the 1930s. Now they occupy 90% of our urban areas. In fact, Britain's cities have the highest densities of red fox in the world. Bristol was one of the first to be colonized. Today, there are 40 foxes per square mile. Take an evening stroll and a close encounter is almost guaranteed. It's easy to see why this vixen is so at home. She's hugely agile, negotiating the city's high walls and roads with ease. And she knows just where to find her food. Foxes aren't fussy. They scavenge 60% of what they eat. It's May, and the vixen has an even bigger appetite than normal. Hidden away, she has a family to feed. And with dawn approaching, she hasn't got long to fetch what they need. Not every animal is as adaptable as the fox. As our cities expand, pockets of wilderness are becoming increasingly important for some of our more delicate creatures. A female great-crested newt. A miniature dragon, on her way back to the pond where she hatched. 15 centimeters long, she's the largest of Britain's 3 newts, and by far the rarest. We've lost 500,000 ponds in the last 100 years. Vital breeding grounds for our native amphibians. So park ponds, like this one in Royal Tunbridge Wells, are a lifeline for this vulnerable species. The females greeted by a welcoming party of males. And they're dressed to impress. Their fancy crests are grown every year for this seasonal show. Like little dancing dinosaurs, the males show her their best moves. Eventually, one captures her heart. Now he has her full attention. Seizing the moment, he offers a gift, a packet of sperm, which she accepts, sucking it into a cavity at the base of her tail. Now to find somewhere to lay her fertilized eggs. She's looking for a particular kind of leaf. Clean and flexible. Then she deposits a single egg. A sticky coating glues the protective leaf in place. Finally, she squeezes it tight, making sure it's safely sealed. She'll prepare over 250 of these precious parcels. And in a few days' time, the next generation of great crested newts will hatch out in this protected urban oasis. But it's not just our parks. Our gardens, too, are vital refuges for wildlife. Luckily, we are a nation of gardeners. There are 24 million gardens in Britain today, occupying a quarter of our urban areas. But few of us notice the life and death dramas that play out under our noses. Our love of flowers and vegetables means our backyards are magnets to slugs. The average garden is home to 20,000 of these voracious little mollusks. Each one can eat several times its body weight in a sitting. Slugs aren't every gardener's favourite. But this gardener is lucky. His flower beds in Teignmouth, Devon, are home to a very special and secretive creature. A useful ally in the war on slugs. A slow worm. It might look like a snake, but this is a legless lizard. No limbs means it can follow its prey through the roughest terrain. This male is hot on the trail of his dinner. He's spotted movement. Now he uses scent to home in on his prey. The slow worm's tongue can literally taste the air, working out which of our 30 or so slug species has left this slime. Slow by name and slow by nature. But the slug is hardly blessed with speed either. One down, 19,999 to go. Our private gardens contain more than just food. They can also provide quiet spaces for animals to bring up their young. Behind Bristol's busy streets, our vixen has made these gardens her home. She's chosen well. Away from traffic, with plenty of cover, and a resident guardian angel watching over her. It's the perfect place to raise a family. Her 4 cubs were born and raised underground. Having food brought to them means that they don't have to risk venturing far. Nell Nile has been feeding foxes for the last 10 years. In fact, 1 in 10 Bristolians have claimed to do the same. Nell's witnessed a procession of fox families grow up just outside her kitchen window. It's an incredible view of a normally secretive animal. But according to Nell, this vixen is unusually shy. Her cubs will learn to be cautious too. A useful trait when foxes aren't everyone's cup of tea. No longer suckling from mum, the 5-month-old cubs are also fattening up on Nell's daily feed. It usually takes 10 months for cubs to achieve adult weight. But in Nell's garden, they reach full size much more quickly than that. It's no wonder Bristol's foxes are doing so well. Beyond the garden fence, city life can be hard. Britain's cities offer opportunities for a cast of wild characters. But the concrete jungle is a competitive place. In the heart of Edinburgh, gulls stake out the streets and carrion crows are watching. A passing flock of pigeons catches their eye. A sure sign that there's food about. Feral pigeons are descended from our native rock doves and were domesticated 10,000 years ago. Tall city buildings replace cliff faces. And our lunchtime scraps substitute their natural diet of seeds. But today, they've fallen behind in the race for food. Grey squirrels, originally from North America,
are opportunists, snatching chances where they can. They've forced out our native red squirrels and taken over the streets. They don't like to be pushed around, even by a gang of hungry pigeons. But in the battle for dominance, squirrels and pigeons know when to give way. Gulls are the heavyweights around here. While their populations are struggling on our coasts, numbers in our cities have trebled in the last 20 years. These urban invaders won't let anything get in their way. But the battle for Britain's streets is taking yet another twist. There's a new kid on the block, and it's already ruffling feathers. The peregrine falcon. In the 1950s, dangerous pesticides meant they almost became extinct. But now they're back, and they're taking over our urban skies. Elsewhere, they live on mountains and coastal cliffs. But the chimneys of Battersea Power Station are now prime peregrine real estate. The resident male uses the high-rise vantage point to spot his prey. And feral pigeon is his favourite food. London has over 800,000 of them, but they're surprisingly hard to catch. They can outpace a peregrine in level flight. The peregrine must choose his moment. He climbs to gain momentum, then dives. Plunging to earth, he can reach 200 miles an hour, making him the fastest animal on the planet. He singles out his target and splits it from the flock. There's nowhere to hide. The peregrine's powerful strike is enough to kill his prey. There's even time to pluck it on his way home. The peregrine's hunting skills have helped him and his mate successfully raise 4 chicks, right in the middle of one of the busiest building sites in London. They've had a helping hand. Peregrine conservation organisations and the Battersea Power Station Development Company constructed a special breeding tower just for this pair. And they have their very own minder. David Morrison is a retired builder who now helps to protect London's peregrines. David was part of the team that built the nest tower, and his job is to keep an eye on the adults and the chicks.
They're only 6 weeks old, but 3 of the young peregrines have already made their first flight. The 4th is taking his time. Learning to fly in busy airspace is tricky. And his sister has just made a mistake. She's accidentally landed on a ledge at the base of one of the south towers. Crow country. They have their own chicks, and a predator on their patch is hardly welcome. The young peregrine doesn't know where to turn. David spots her predicament. With the busy building site just below, she's in danger of making a fatal error. The crows force her off the ledge. A mid-air strike throws her off balance. But she makes it to safety. Thanks to people like David, there are now over 30 pairs of peregrines nesting in London. And scores more in cities up and down the country. This new life suits them well. Plenty of tall buildings to call home, and plenty of pigeons to go around. Peregrines aren't the only birds swapping coastal cliffs for our urban ledges. The appeal of our cities tempts in some unlikely intruders, a long way from their natural home. Kittiwakes are ocean-going gulls, spending most of their lives out at sea, only returning to shore to breed. They usually nest on rugged coastal cliffs, but here in Newcastle and Gateshead, some have chosen the city life. In early spring, the birds travel 10 miles inland along the River Tyne to nest on one of the most famous bridges in Britain and its surrounding buildings. This colony of kittiwakes is the furthest inland of any in the world. So what are they doing here? In the heart of a busy city, so far from their ocean home. Coastal colonies are vulnerable to storms and larger predatory gulls that eat the kittiwake's eggs and chicks. Newcastle's high nooks and crannies provide a surprisingly sheltered place to raise a family. The adults work in shifts to take care of their young. While one stays with the chicks, the other heads out for food. But unlike their scavenging gull cousins, there's no food for them in town. They've chosen the protection of the city at the expense of a long journey for food.
A meal requires a trip back out to sea to catch saltwater fish. They can be gone for up to 10 hours, a long time for hungry chicks. Kittiwakes first started nesting on the Tyne over 50 years ago. Today, there are over 2,000 birds, all jostling for a prime spot. City life has its challenges, and raising a family here doesn't always go to plan. Up to a quarter of nests fail. But for the ones that make it, the chicks transform from a ball of down into an elegant young bird in only a month. Choosing the hustle and bustle of the city has been a smart move for the Tyne kittiwakes. Coastal populations are in decline, but this population is thriving. While some urban invaders soar high above our heads, others are setting up home right beneath our feet. There are over 20,000 different insect species in Britain. Many have taken refuge in our towns and cities, where they take advantage of our habit of giving them just what they need. On the outskirts of Sandy in Bedfordshire, a bare bank. A man-made cutting in an urban park. Ideal home for the bee wolf, the largest solitary wasp in Britain. It's not the kind of wasp that'll go for your marmalade sandwiches. It's a crafty killer. Females are busy digging a series of holes in the compacted sand. Long, thin tunnels, up to 1.5 meters long. At the end of each tunnel is a nest chamber, where they'll lay their eggs. But first, this female must stock hers with food. There's only one item on her shopping list, and the nearby town has plenty on offer. Sandy's flower-filled gardens are full of honeybees. While the bee gathers nectar, the bee wolf makes her move. Slowly creeping in, she catches her victim unawares. It's risky work. The bee could kill her. But the bee wolf manages to sting first and immobilize her prey. Then she squeezes the bee, forcing it to regurgitate its nectar. Not only does this lighten her load, she also tops up her energy before carrying her prize back to the nest. After collecting up to 6 bees, she lays a single egg on their comatose bodies. Within a few days, it hatches into a larva and begins to feast.
It'll stay underground for up to 10 months, devouring its larder, only emerging in June when the warm weather returns. Bee wolves are newcomers to Britain, responding to our warming climate. First recorded in the Isle of Wight in the 80s, they've now spread as far north as Yorkshire, colonising towns and cities on their way. Our urban jungles have a climate all of their own. Cars and buildings generate warmth. Dark tarmac absorbs more of the sun's heat. And fewer trees means less shade. As a result, our cities can be 10 degrees warmer than the surrounding countryside. It's enough for an exotic visitor to settle down and make Britain its home. No one knows how ring-necked parakeets arrived in Britain. Some say Jimi Hendrix released a pair in Carnaby Street. Others that they absconded from a film set. But most likely, they're simply descended from escaped pets. Their survival here is a surprise because they're typically from the tropics. But the fact that our cities are relatively mild helps. As does our love of feeding garden birds, providing the parakeets with a year-round source of food. There are now over 30,000 ring-necked parakeets in British cities. And just 50 years after they first appeared, they've spread as far as Scotland. In winter, huge numbers come together at dusk, including 6,000 here at a cemetery in Lewisham. The reason for this gathering is not entirely clear. Perhaps it's for safety, or extra warmth, or even to meet mates. But whatever the reason, it certainly brings a touch of the exotic to a grey winter's night. Just a few miles to the east, another neighbourhood undergoes a nocturnal invasion. This suburb near Romford receives nightly visits from a raiding party, with one thing on their minds: it's 11 p.m. in early November, and most residents are getting ready for bed, leaving the streets to the local gang of fallow deer. They've come from the surrounding woodland, where food is in short supply. But there's plenty here. Amongst the roads and houses, the warmer temperature means vegetation continues to grow throughout the winter, including verge-side grasses irresistible to the hungry deer. Lush plants are particularly welcome at this time of year. The fallow deer have just finished their mating season. Bucks have battled hard to win their harem. And many of the does are now pregnant. They're in need of a good feed. The raid is not without risk. But the rewards make it worthwhile. And it even provides suburban lawns with a trim. As the city awakes, the deer head back to the cover of nearby woodland. With bellies full and the grass cut, it's a win-win situation. %80 of the British population now lives in the urban environment. And it's easy for us to lose our connection with the natural world. So green spaces are more important than ever. Not only for wildlife, but also for us. In the heart of Glasgow, an old industrial site is being turned from wasteland into wildland. Hamilton Hill Clay Pits is fast becoming a natural gem. Over 10,000 people live within a 10-minute walk of the new reserve.
Oh, yellow.
Go there, it's there.
A wild oasis for communities in need of somewhere to switch off and recharge. To learn. To play. And be delighted by wild encounters over a morning cup of tea. Roe deer are already moving in, using the canal to pass through the busy city and into a new wild home. Britain's towns and cities continue to grow and change. While some animals are feeling the squeeze, others are making our urban areas their own. If we provide a welcoming home, wild pioneers are quick to move in. Their presence can enhance our lives. Helping us to reconnect with a natural world that's full of surprise. So next time you're walking the streets, look up, look around. You never know what you might see.